Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able and remove your caps as Corey Amundsen leads us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good afternoon and welcome to racing from beautiful Canterbury Park right here in Shakopee, Minnesota. We're under partly cloudy skies. The main track tonight is listed at fast and the turf course listed at good. Fast and good for Made in Minnesota night tonight at Canterbury. If you get your programs handy, we'll go over the changes on this evening's 8-race card, highlighted by the Minnesota Derby and the Minnesota Oaks. Race 1 starts the early pick 4. Pick 4 starts in the lid lifter. No changes in races 1 and 2 to get that pick 4 cranked up. Race 2 along the way is the Minnesota Derby for $75,000. Race 3 starts a middle pick 4. Middle pick 4 starts in race 3. Please scratch number 5, Slip Mahoney. The main track only horse, 5, Slip Mahoney, is scratched. Lowest takeout in the country in the pick 5 starts in race number 4. Pick 5 starts in race 4. Scratch the 4, EP's Will to Win. Race 4, take out the 4. Our late pick 4 starts tonight in race number 5. Race 5 starts the late pick 4. So 3 different pick 4s on the dance card. In the 5th race, scratch number 2, Crypto Soleil. Race 5, remove that 2. Races 6, 7, and 8. The final 3 on the card, free and clear, no changes. The Minnesota Derby goes as race number 2. The Minnesota Oaks goes as race number 7. 8 total, fast and good. In about 7 or 8 minutes down in the paddock area where the horses are saddled, head down to the Canta Theater for touchdown tiles today at the races. We'll handicap all 8 with multiple handicapper of the year, Bruce Meyer, the Oracle. But up next, we get you set up for all the excitement here at Canterbury, including those mummies. We're going to head to the studio. Everything going on here with Jeff Madej and Angela Herman.
Well, thank you, Kevin. And here we are in the First Bet studio. It's made in Minnesota tonight. That means all night long We're talking about everything that is Minnesota. And it's presented to you by the Minnesota Soybean Research and Promotion Council. So it's great to have them here. And as I said, or as Kevin said, I'm Jeff, and this is Ange. No, we don't need that direction, but it's a Post-it note. And where's a Post-it note made?
Well, right here in Minnesota. That's what,
3M.
yeah, despite whatever Romy and Michelle would try to tell you, yes, right here in the state of Minnesota, we got Post-its. We're going to have all kinds of Minnesota trivia, facts, inventions thrown in throughout the night. Just a few examples right here in front of us. Some beer that's brewed here in Minnesota. And, of course, the racing, including the Derby and the Oaks. Everything Minnesota-themed tonight.
Now, the STEAM team, that's you and Kevin. You two are both made in Minnesota. And then there's Paul. Paul, not made in Minnesota.
He's an
Paul
import.
not here. Paul in New York City. We've got him live. Let's check in with the announcer.
Canterbury Park, it's your announcer, Paul Allen. As you can see outside of the Empire State Building, after a thrilling Minnesota Vikings preseason game against the New York Giants, I'll be back for Pepsi Family Day tomorrow. KG's going to do a wonderful job tonight with Made in Minnesota Day. It's so sad that I miss a great day like this. But nevertheless, here in New York City with a game that took place in New Jersey, it caused me to think there are awesome athletes who were made in Minnesota who played in this region. Zach Parise for the New Jersey Devils, Brock Nelson for the New York Islanders, and maybe none better than the great Dave Winfield for the New York Yankees. Have a wonderful time tonight with Made in Minnesota night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Back to you, Jeff.
Well, thank you, Paul. And let's not forget the Carlson brothers either. When you talk about great athletes that were made in Minnesota from Virginia, they're the Carlson brothers. Thank you, Mouse.
There
they
we
are.
go.
That's made in Minnesota.
Would be remiss without mentioning that.
And you mentioned all these other. We got the bunt pan,
Yes, bunt pan, right here.
Tonka
Tonka.
truck. Love that.
Spam. We can't.
Spam
There
is
we go. Put it right
delicious.
up in the light. We
So
got
many
spam.
ways to eat spam, including spam kebabs that we sell right here at Canterbury. Summit
You can
beer.
fit it right in your Tonka truck.
This really, the Summit beer, this is Saga, but Summit was the original Minnesota craft beer. It was the first craft beer made right in St. Paul on University Avenue.
Still
Made
very
in
popular.
Minnesota. Wheaties. Were they made where?
Yeah, General Mills. Right, and not too far away. You can go see all the General Mills products, but Wheaties, of course, being our favorite one here at the track. We always have that box at the ready for Made in Minnesota night. It gets so excited, it spends weeks here at a time in preparation. Take that down. It's covering the screen, Jeffrey, but
Oh, yeah, look at this, the Zubas. Don't forget that.
yeah, well, we can't read that because the Tonka toy
He's gonna
has
have
the
all
bucket
sorts of
up
fun.
there. in
Mouse
the
has
air.
got, Mouse loves this night. And
He's gonna be
Mouse
playing
is
with it immediately.
Mouse is the producer, by the way. And then the Nerf ball.
The Nerf ball. Yes, 1969, after the Parker brothers dubbed the first indoor ball. It was such an instant success that millions of Nerf balls have been sold since. And in 1972, former Vikings kicker Fred Cox invented the Nerf football.
Remember Fred Cox? He had that little tiny helmet with the bar that he just smashed his face into. That was you probably weren't born when Fred Cox was breaking our hearts. I mean,
No.
The tradition of kickers missing kicks did not start with the recent Vikings.
That is a
Fred Cox
rich
died.
and ongoing tradition.
Winona Ryder, remember the movie Night on Earth, the Jim Jarmusch movie? She was in there. Winona Ryder, a fantastic actress. Where's she from?
Of course, she's from Winona, Minnesota. Why wouldn't she be? Probably know her from more of her recent work on Netflix, but
I don't know anything about that. I remember her in Night on Earth.
okay, that's fine. Another celebrity born right here in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, Vince Vaughn. A little different looking Vince Vaughn there than you see in some of his movies, but he is made in Minnesota from right here.
That one surprised me.
Why did it surprise
I
you?
never knew that. I did not know that until Mouse put this up here. I didn't know that Vince Vaughn was from Minnesota.
Well, you might end up saying a lot of that tonight if you're watching out there and you don't know all of these facts about Minnesota, because he's going to keep them coming. It doesn't stop right in this pre-race show. All night we are going to take a closer look at some of the things that come right here from the North Star State. But let's get back to the racing schedule, because tomorrow, Family Day is back with us. Of course, every Sunday we start at 1 o'clock. Bring out the kids, bring the family, because we have Family Day activities. Usually there's a little something different thrown in there, but of course there's face painting, pony rides, everything that the kids could want to do, and of course the Junior Jockey Club, something that they can get involved in and meet the athletes that get aboard these horses and put on the show out on the track. The Junior Jockey Club is free to join. You can do that right down at track info.
That's right, and racing starts at 1 o'clock. And then on Thursday, one of your favorite nights.
Yes, of course. $2 Thursdays. Get in the door for $2. Grab a hot dog for $2. Grab a Pepsi for $2. When you finish that, go ahead and grab one of those cans. They're not up here tonight because they're not made in Minnesota. They're not the stars of the show, but on Thursday they are. All of that, $2. We got entertainment out on the apron. Very good racing card. Usually we've had great payouts these last couple of Thursdays. That is all available for $2. And there's not that many of those Thursdays left, so if you've been putting it off, stop doing that and come and join us on Thursday.
Absolutely. And then next Saturday and Sunday, Canterbury on a Stick. Kind of a preview of the Minnesota State Fair where we take all of our food and we put it on a stick. And that takes place both Saturday and Sunday. There's free giveaways like the scratch off on Saturday. That'll be on a stick. And then mystery mutual vouchers on Sunday on a stick to the first X number of fans that come through the gate.
Yeah.
Everything that you need to know is on our website, and that's CanterburyPark.com, including information about the Minnesota Festival of Champions. That takes place September 5th. I don't like thinking about September, but important news is that the purses were increased. $80,000 for the 2-year-old races, and the 4 older horse races for fillies and mares and colts and geldings, $55,000 purses. So that takes place on September 6th, and it's one of the most important nights here. And don't forget, horsemen, you've got until the 22nd of this month to nominate your horses, and there's no charge to nominate, so get involved in the Minnesota Festival of Champions.
Festival is one of my favorite days. I know one of your favorite days, and it is another celebration. This is kind of what's setting us up for the Festival of Champions, our season-end championships for the Minbreds, and then you can have a chance at perhaps getting one of the stars of the future right out at the Minnesota Yearling Sale. That's taking place on Sunday. Now, that's in the event center. It'll take place right after racing, and it's free to come out there and just check it out. If you want to come and see what a horse sale is all about, if you've never seen it before, it's not going to be like Keeneland's got 6,000 horses in it. It's not going to be an all-night affair. You can come down there and check it out and just take a look at how things work. You don't have to get involved with the bidding right away if you don't want to, but if you do, you can get a group together, and you never know. You might have the next champion on the Festival of Champions night.
We'll mention some of the horses that went through the sale ring tonight, because there are a number of them running, including one that you fancy, Flatter Me Billy, in the Minnesota Oaks. That was a $5,000 purchase out of the yearling sale a couple of years back. It's made $74,000. If you told me right now I could invest $5,000 a night and leave here with $74,000, I'd probably do it every time.
Well, you never know where the next good horse is coming from, especially when they're younger and they don't necessarily have the chance to strut their stuff, maybe going short. She's responded very well to turf racing, added distance, whatever they throw at her. She's just a classy individual, and like you mentioned, quite the bargain for $5,000. Now let's look at the Loeffler leaderboard, and this is the trainer side of things. It's been close between Mac Robertson and Jose Silva, but now he is the leader by 3, that being Mac.
Yeah, and Mac has always made hay in the Minnesota bred races, and he looks really live in that Oaks and probably has the favorite. But both those top 2 trainers continue to click. Tim Padilla, he might have something to say tonight as well, along with Joel Burnt, Cody Rosine, and Stacey Rushton. Not a lot of Minnesota breds. He does have one that won early, and he took down to Iowa last night. Sloppy track, not the best trip. But Stacey Rushton winning a lot of races, too, and that's pretty cool.
Flatter Me Billy.
And
there you go.
Oh, that's great. Flatter Me Billy. And then Manuel Americano's our top jock. He's up by 10.
Yeah, he has had, he's had a ton of mounts. You can see he is the first one to break the 200 mark, but he's been winning an awful lot along the way, and you need to get that strong start if it's going to be your first season, and boy, has he got a strong start and then some, and that momentum has kept going through the season as he's making connections with some different owners and trainers up here. It just has led to that lead, and that lead has been pretty consistent. But the battle with the other riders that are in there has been contentious because so many of them win so many races. It's been very spread around among that room. Lots of opportunity with some bigger fields, and you do see more wins racking up for the rest of the room. Some that we know from the past, some newer faces, but always a good blend up here at Canterbury. And if you want to take a look at a big opportunity to take a little investment and make a lot of money out of it, maybe the horse sale business isn't for you, but the contest world should be, because for $40, you could win your way all the way to Vegas, couldn't you?
Right, you're doing your handicapping anyway, and if you want to play on Express Bet, which you should, because it's our official ADW here at Canterbury Park, you can enter the contest, turn 40 into a $500 entry on September 19th. From there, you could go to Vegas. Heck, Coach Dahl just won the other night in the $40 feeder. If he can win,
who can't? I love you, doll, but anybody can get involved with that, whether it be one of the $10 ones here, whether it be one of the $40 ones online. Different ways to win your way along the path to get to Las Vegas, and you can use free PPs every day here at Canterbury to get started.
Right, just log on, brisnet.com. You can do it from anywhere. Download the PPs and start handicapping Canterbury's races each and every live racing day.
Yeah.
All right, Minnesota Oaks and Derby, what do you think? Give us a quick preview.
A quick preview. Well, we just alluded to my Oaks pick because I do like a bit of an upset. I respect the inside two fillies a lot, but we'll start with the Colts because we're going to see a rematch of a couple of horses that made it a pretty good finish going short, but today they go a bit longer, and Navarre is going to be a horse that I like an awful lot on the inside because he has been kind of working his way up to this. It seems like a very good pattern to get him to the Derby. You know, they've sprinted him last year as a 2-year-old. This year started out at a sprint, but they've given him a 7-furlong race as well as a mile race, and Navarre handled both of those very well. I think that he's got a pedigree to be versatile, but to also very much enjoy this distance. And the speed that How About That Kurt has shown is going to be stretched out. I mean, we'll see how much he can slow it down and relax, but sometimes a horse that is that fast is not easy to relax. So that'll be the test for him. The class is there, and these two have put on already a good stretch battle this season. Looking forward to another one in the Derby. The Oaks has a few more in it, and we just talked about the one that I like on the inside, Flatter Me Billy. Leslie Mowing has got off to a very fast start. He did get a little bit later start of the season riding up here, but boy, he's made great work with the mounts that he's had thus far, and I don't think that Flatter Me Billy is going to be too far out of it at any point, and she gets to save ground from the inside. This is the race where some people are going to probably open up their tickets, so if you can hone in on a horse, maybe like a Flatter Me Billy that's middle of the road, this is going to be a good separator later on in those sequences, the pick 4s and pick 5s. I think it'll be a heck of a race because you do have a lot of fillies trying a bunch of it for the first time. So we'll see what shakes down in the Derby and the Oaks.
They're all made in Minnesota, as is this mare, Thunder's Rock and Roll.
Yeah.
She runs in race number 8 tonight, 7 furlongs, with a win tonight. And she's owned by Bob Lindgren, was bred by Bob, trained by Pat Swan. With a win tonight, Thunder's Rock and Roll would surpass the $500,000 earnings mark. That's pretty cool.
That's an awesome accomplishment for a Minnesota bred too, and dancing every dance. It's not like she waits for any sort of certain spot. She can do it all, and her speed has really got her far, and obviously has put a lot of money in the bank. So I think she's going to be extremely tough to beat in the last. They all have her to run down. I don't think it's going to happen. I think she is going to hit that mark, and we congratulate her and Bob on that because that is not easy to do.
We're proud of our pick 5 here. That's a 10% takeout. No one else does that. I think you've got a ticket for the people here?
I do. Right. Yes, I did reformulate it a little bit. I had one scratch in race number 4, but I thought that gave a chance to the outside horse. My top pick is Orphan Addie, but Orphan Addie and any of the 2-year-olds in there, I don't blame if you want to add some in there. They're developing very quickly at this time of year, so adding any additional horses in there probably warranted in the 2-year-old ranks. Now in race number 5, we go on the turf. There's a few of them in there that I do like, but my top pick is My Everything, making her second start. I spread out in the turf sprint. Kevin and I are going to talk more about race 6 a little bit later because both of us are taking some shots against the favorites in there. In race number 7, we just talked about Flatter Me Billy and Heavenly Captive on the inside. And in the last, well, I just narrowed it down to a couple of them, but Thunder's Rock and Roll is going to be a very popular single. She would have to take a big step back or stumble out of the gate or something, I think, for Carson Bay to beat her, but they're both on there, and that's a $54 ticket.
Yeah, and you're going to see a lot more of Ange tonight with Paul gone and Kevin up in the booth. You'll be out in the paddock all the time. I'll be out there joining you a couple of times, and we'll have some fun. Now, this is a daily double. The daily double is the pick 5 is 5 winners in a row. Daily double, much simpler.
Exactly.
All you need to do is pair up 2 winners.
Well, and we got some prices in here. My top pick is going to be the Angle horse, or was going to be Stability. It's a horse that has not won in a little while, hasn't done the turf sprinting thing successfully in a bit, but I think is in the right spot and has tried using his speed stretching out. Now I think he gets back to really what his sweet spot's been. He comes from a family of good turf sprinters. He would be my key in there. And then, of course, I just used the 1 and the 2. We just talked about them in the Oaks. That is a $12 ticket because there's 6 combos in there and they're $2 a piece.
You get one of those crazy big prices in that first leg of the double, that thing is going to pay huge.
I hope so. That's what we're going for, and turf sprints are sometimes the place to find those prices. But to find any winners at any price, you're going to have to get down to the paddock pretty quickly because today at the races is about to go.
Yeah, thanks for joining us here on Made in Minnesota night, one of our favorite nights of the year. Get down to the paddock now. Bruce Meyer, we call him the Oracle. He will join Kevin Gorg in the Today at the Races show.
Today we crush.
Hello and welcome out to the paddock, to the Cantor Theater. This is Today at the Races, sponsored by Touchdown Tile. I'm Kevin Gorg, today your track announcer with Paul Allen on assignment with the Vikings. And this young man right next to me, 7-time handicapper of the year and leading this year in that same level of contest. He is Bruce Meyer. We call him the Oracle. Oh, great to have you out here.
Kevin, thank you for inviting me, and haven't been down here in a couple of years, but looking forward to talking some Made in Minnesota races, and it's going to be a great night. A little bit humid out here tonight, but it's going to be wonderful.
Yeah, really nice card, couple of great stakes for Made in Minnesota. Let's talk handicapping contest, because I think for players that come to Canterbury, the average fan doesn't realize how accessible they are. What a great job Jeff Madej does up in the press box of running them. And my favorite of all, and they're all great, but the one next weekend, the Dog Days, is kind of the GOAT, right? That's the original gangster. We've both had success in the Dog Days. You're going to be in it next week, and I'm going to try to qualify tomorrow for said tournament. What is different about like playing the contest for the fans that are kind of learning the game, loving the game at Canterbury? We got these great crowds. How do you play a contest like the Dog Days?
Dog Days is a wonderful contest. Like you said, it's live money, so whatever you would happen to win is yours to keep. So really what you'd like to do is maybe take a look at previous years' winning scores, winning totals, and try to build a bankroll towards that number. Typically, you start with $400. It's a 2-day contest. You have to bet $200 each day minimum. And if you can get to 8 to 10 times your starting bankroll, that's an excellent opportunity to win it. Obviously, the leaderboard is posted throughout the contest, and so you have a sense, as you get into Sunday later in the card, like where you stand, and then you just hope it's your weekend. Really, you can't force things, as you know, in horse racing, but you take your swings. You try to either double up a few times, or else hit a 6 or 8 to 1 win bet, or maybe you put a pick 5 together at one of the tracks around the country. It's open to any bet, any track. Wow. For 2 days.
Well, I was lucky enough to go twice, and if you win the Dog Days, you qualify for the national tournament where you're playing for 7 figures. You're playing for $1 million, and it's a heck of a thrill. You can head to the website. You can head to the info booth. Jeff Madej is in charge of it. It's next weekend. It's Saturday and Sunday. It is the Dog Days. But let's talk about today's card. It's Made in Minnesota. We've got some really nice stakes events with the Derby and the Oaks. And, Oracle, for us, the handicappers, the folks that are here every single day, these are standalone days. They bring a good crowd. We got the food trucks. It's festive. Mouse is on edge. He's into it. He takes great pride in putting this together. It's the one day where you really kind of celebrate your roots. And, for me, having the chance to call these races, it's a thrill. What's it like for you from a handicapping perspective?
So, around the country, different tracks have these special days for their state-bred horses or so forth. And, more often than not, they tend to be pretty formful. So I kind of looked at favorites having a pretty good night tonight. You try to maybe take some prices underneath, maybe put something together in an exacta or trifecta. But I typically see in these days throughout the country that, the favorites are pretty tough.
All right, well, let's get to it. Before we do, you can see we've got some great Minnesota products here. Summit Beer, Pride of St. Paul, just like St. Thomas, Roll Toms. There it is. You've got Spam from beautiful Austin, Minnesota. At the end of the procession, we'll give away some Spam. I know Sam is down here in the front row. Sam and Spam rhyme, and he loves that product. Also, great food trucks around here. We got roasted corn in the paddock. Inside those doors, once you leave the paddock area, some great sweet treats available near the tip sheet stand. And don't forget about Dave's faves. He's been rolling. So Oracle, race 1, and I'm with you. I think there's going to be some chalk. Like race 8 to me looks super formful. Both stakes races, I don't think we're going to get much bigger than 2 to 1 on the tote board, but I see some real price potential early in this card, including race 1. So I'm super curious as to how you see it. It's 5 furlongs, Allowance Company, sprinting on the grass.
Yeah, so I took it 5, 1, and 6. So the 5 is Kalatua, and Max got 3 horses in here out of the 6 in the field, and Americano, who's obviously been our leading rider on the thoroughbred side, all meet is actually jumping off the 5 to ride the 3, which is another Robertson horse. But I don't know. I like the 5. He was on the turf one time, and he ran a solid 73 speed figure, won that race, got disqualified. now he comes back. He's gelded for the first time, and he and Mac and Gallardo are 7 for 37, according to what I was looking at. So that's a solid connections, and I just think obviously he's going to get bet. He's going to be a pretty big favorite, but I think as far as just trying to pick a winner, I would start with the 5 coming off that first time gelding angle.
Yeah, I think the 5 is clearly the horse to beat. I've got the horse second. If I'm playing the pick 4, which I am, I'm going to key in on the 5 with multiple tickets. But I do see a price horse here that fans might want to consider, and that is the 4, Kid Got Rhythm. Now, I don't love that Eddie G gets off this horse to ride the 5, and that, again, he's going to ride for Mac. He's no dummy. But the 4 needed that last start. Hadn't raced since September, showed speed and faded, so we got the speed and fade in play. But what really did it for me is the 2 workouts since that race. A bullet work back on July the 21st, and then a nice solid 59 and 4 breezing last time out on August the 6th. So I'm going to try the 4. I think the 4 gets loose. I don't know if the 4 can hold off horses like the 5 and the 1, but I'm going to go 4, 5, and 1. Look for an upset to start Minnesota night. Here comes one of the 2 stakes races tonight. It's race 2. It is the Minnesota Derby. Some great history in this race. Troy Bethke has won this race. Tony Rengsdorf has not. And he's got the favorite here. How about that, Kurt? Both are local guys that have always supported Minnesota racing. It'd be fun to see Mr. Troy Bethke or Tony Rengsdorf get it done. Obviously, we love Joel Burnt, Nikki Goodwin, new to the show. But how did you see the race?
4-horse fields are unique, because you never quite know what the pace is going to be. All 4 of these horses have sprinted last time out, and I did end up on How About That, Kurt, as my top pick. I went 4-3-1. The 4 and the 1, Navarre, they ran against each other 2 back going a route, and Navarre did get the better of him that day. Not sure about the intentions of the connections that day, and then since they were coming back in some state-bred better money events after that. As you mentioned, watching the replay of the last time those 2 ran together, How About That, Kurt, looked like he had the Navarre's measure. So I'm going to just expect that in a 4-horse field they kind of stay packed up, and I think How About That, Kurt has proven in state-bred company that he's definitely the horse to beat. So I took it 4, 3, and 1.
Yeah, I was really torn here. I went back and forth. I do think Navarre and How About That, Kurt, might separate themselves here at this distance at a mile and 70 yards. And I went back and watched that last race, and for the life of me, I just can't figure out why How About That, Kurt's going to slow down this time. He looked like a horse that maybe has figured things out. When they raced at that mile distance back on July the 5th, he never looked comfortable in that race, so we'll see 2 turns how he handles that stretch out today. I think you're going to see a better result. I think Tony Rengsdorf has figured this guy out. Navarre, to me, is the horse to beat. We know this horse wants all of this ground. Big, strong-looking horse. Can't wait to see this horse in the flesh. Gorgeous horse for Karen Offerman. Troy Bethke's done a wonderful job keeping this horse fresh by Mouse. I go 4, 1, and 3, and I think it's really going to be a fun race to watch as it progresses down the stretch. Race 3, fun race here. Middle pick 4 starts, 7.5 furlongs on the grass. I'm going to go 5 deep on my pick 4. I think this was maybe the toughest race to handicap on the card. Who do you like?
Well, I agree with you. I think this one, a little bit of a tactical race here with 7.5 furlongs. I didn't see a whole lot of early speed in here. I ended up taking it 1, 6, and 4. I think the 4 and the 6 might go out to the front. The 1 from the rail, get a good stalking trip. I like that 80 speed figure that Haunted Hayes ran 2 back. And I don't know, I just think he's going to trip out in this race and be tough to beat. I think the 6 can probably, stretching out from the 5 furlongs to the 7.5, maybe hang on for second, and the 4 third. So 1, 6, and 4 for me.
I'm going to use 1, 2, 3, 6, and 7. I've got the 6 on top in lukewarm fashion. I really believe that the 1 horse is the horse to beat. But I really like what Bangarang has done, and how can you not? 2 times on the Canterbury turf, 2 wins, 7-1 and 8-1. Now, we haven't raced since the end of June, which normally I would think might be pesky, but I see a couple of nice workouts. It's a trainer I trust, and this is really a play on Constantino Roman, who's been a brilliant jockey so far this summer at Canterbury, bringing in prices, which he's done twice on this horse. I think the horse gets a really nice trip. I think the 1, the 3, and the 4 set it up. I think the 6 gets the great trip right behind the speed I go 6, 1, and 3. Our pick 5 has a 10% takeout, lowest in the country. The pick 5 starts in race number 4. You can't win it if you don't get in it. And Oracle, these 2-year-old races have proven to be very, very difficult. A couple nights ago, we saw another upset with a horse that opened up at 3-5 and ended up paying 7-1. Where does your pen land in the 4th?
Yeah, I agree with you. These 2-year-old races are tough. I ended up 3-1-8 for me. I think the thing about the 3, and of course there's not that much information about these horses on form. You'd have one of the things that is a good indicator is maybe just looking at the tote board, like you say. I think it was the 7 horse on Thursday night that took all the early money and drifted up late and paid 17 and change, I think. But Orphan Addie, who is probably going to be favored in here, did go off at 6-5 in her debut. Was beaten fairly handily, but when you look at the 3rd place horse in that race, who's the 8 horse in here, Charlie's Mint, she did beat Charlie's Mint by 8 lengths. So I don't know that she would have to improve much in here to be the horse to beat. And the 1 I think is going to be a nice price. I think from the rail with Olivia Bethke, I think showed a little bit of early speed in her debut, and I like the 15-1 morning line with the rail, and so I took a 3-1-8.
Yeah, I think good analysis. The 1 is super interesting too. The rail position with racing experience probably helps a little bit. I fell into the 3 with the scratch of the 4, who was my original selection. I thought the 5 and 6 both had upset potential. They're both first-time starters, both trainers that I think can pop at a price. So I would urge fans to keep an eye on the tote board early and see if maybe the 5 or 6 is taking the early money, because I really do believe the 5 and 6 are going to offer some more betting value. 3 to me is the most likely winner, but maybe not the most value-laden horse on the board. So yeah, we're going to pick the 3, but 5 and 6 are going to catch the eye in terms of maybe some of those pick 4s and pick 5s. All right, Oracle, race 5, maiden special weight company here, 7.5 furlongs in the grass. Turf course has a little moisture to it, so maybe that'll affect where your pen ended up. And I thought this was a tough race because it's not just horses we've seen all summer at Canterbury. We've got a couple shipping in from down Lone Star Way where they don't have too many wet turf courses to run on.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I did end up with the 3 on top, but it is kind of interesting that she's been off since May, Lee's first, and running at Lone Star a couple times, and had some trouble last time. Now the race that she ran in last time looks live. It looks like a couple of horses that she got beat by have come back to win. So from a speed figure perspective, probably definitely the horse to beat there, but. Is she the same horse she was 3-4 months ago? That's always the case with horse racing when trying to figure it out. We've got a lot of turf racing tonight, which is great, and the weather's going to hold, which is great, but there's going to be some upsets, right? I mean, it's like the favorite isn't going to win every one of these. So when you play your pick 4s, your pick 5s, you do have to throw in a few other ones. So for me, like the 8 horse Soup, there it is. This is a horse that's got leading connections. Hasn't shown a whole lot in her 2 starts, but puts the blinkers on, and that's the type of horse that still learning the game, and maybe pops up and runs a big one. So that's a horse I'd probably throw on my ticket.
I love that you brought up Soup. There it is, the 8, because I don't have the horse in my top 3, but it's a horse I would use if I was playing the pick 4 or pick 5. This is a horse they spent $210,000 on. Okay, so this horse is bred to be a good thing. Mac Robertson is the best trainer in the history of this racetrack. This guy knows how to get a young horse ready to run. And oh, by the way, off a 4th beaten by nearly 10 and a 6th beaten by nearly 18, our top jockey, Manny Americano, decides he wants to stay right here. Don't let that horse knock you out of the pick 5. That's all I'm going to say. I go 3, 7, and 5. I think those races in Texas are just better. And if this horse is anything close to the horse she was down Lone Star Way, I think Leah's First is going to be really tough to beat. But if she gets beat, this pick 5 is going to pay enormous, and there are some prices that you can play in here. The other long shot I like outside of the 8, which I'm really glad you brought up, is the 4, My Golden Cat. Troy Bethke, Olivia Bethke, his daughter, rides. Looks like a horse that wants more ground, right? Last couple starts, kind of figuring things out. We'll see if the extra distance can solve it for Troy. I go 3, 7, 5, and 4, and again, I'm using the 8 on all my tickets underneath. Race 6, 5 furlongs. We love a turf sprint at Canterbury. These races, year in, year out, produce upsets. They bring value to all these wagers. Oracle, I found this to be a great handicapping puzzle. There were 6 different horses I liked. Where did you go?
Yeah, this again, the turf racing is very trip dependent, and so you never quite know until they hit the top of the stretch if you got a good trip or not. I ended up on the 2 Crew Dragon. I like the turn back in distance from a mile down to the 5 furlongs. I think he's kind of a soft favorite in that he's 0 for 12. He's 3 for 30 on the turf, and that's always pesky. He's not exactly a win machine, but this spot might be a little softer than what he's faced before. And again, leading jockey, one of the top trainers here. I do like the turn back with the early speed, and so I do think the 2 is gonna trip out well with Crew Dragon. Then for second, I took Awesome Fantasy, who's been running evenly, but if you go back to ran a real big race back in May when we first started running here at this distance, ran at 28 to 1, and that's the kind of race that could pop up again, 12 to 1 morning line. Another, if things kind of fall apart, all of a sudden the 8 gets the trip, and boom, a $20 winner, and then there's the pick 5 for you.
All right, I'm going to shop for a price here. I think Crew Dragon is the horse to beat, though. I'm going to use the 2. I like the 1, St. Charles. I don't love the post. I think the horse is sharp right now. He's done his best work at Canterbury. He's 4 for 41, so he's not exactly a win machine, but 3 of those 4 wins are on our turf. And I caught him last July at a nice price, nearly 7 to 1. Got left in the gate. I'm going to go through this in our power play segment, but don't leave St. Charles off your ticket. I think he gets at least a slice. I think he's ready to run. I go 1, 7, and 2. Race 7, penultimate race on Maiden Minnesota night. It is the $75,000 Minnesota Oaks. It's a decent field here. We got 7 horses entered, Oracle. I think the pace will be legit. And you and I both think that Heavenly Captive, who won the Francis Kenter, repeats. And on paper, I can't find a reason to pick against her.
No, I mean, she's steadily improving. Like every race is a little bit better than the last. And, she's won 3 of her last 4. And she hasn't been favored in any of those 4 races. So, she just comes out and runs every time. Again, a lot of these horses are, stretching out for the first time. So it's a little bit of an unknown, but I just think that she's in top form, and again, top connections, Americano, and they're all systems are on go. I went 2, 3, and 5. A lot of these horses have been running against each other throughout the summer, and I like you say, we'll see how the pace shakes out here, but I do think the 2 might just sit behind a couple of the speed horses and be tough to beat down the stretch.
The X factor for me in the Oaks is the 3 summer winner. I think if you would have asked us a couple months ago, we would have made this horse 2 to 5. She's got speed. She's got class. She loves Canterbury. She's never been worse than second over our track. I didn't like that last start. I didn't like losing at 1 to 5, and I just don't know if the distance is going to be something she loves. Her sire was so fast. Promises Fulfilled was a really, really cool horse, but sprinting at a longer distance was kind of more his thing. We'll see if Summer Winter can get loose here. I think the cue is going to be on the engine. Heavenly Captive is sharp. Flatter Me Billy is, to me, the horse that could maybe upset the apple cart at 5 or 6 to 1. Leslie Mowing can bring in prices. I go 2, 1, 4, and 3 in the Oaks tonight, which leaves us with race number 8. And for a lot of people that are going to play the pick 5, this is where they're going to single. And I would love to try to take the pool down and have somebody else to use, but the more I looked at Thunder's Rock and Roll in the last, the more I liked this horse. She's loose. I think she can handle the 7 furlongs. She's already run pretty well in route races. Oracle, I can't see her getting beat, but I don't think she'll be a bigger price than 1 to 5.
No, I agree. I mean, I think it's, like you say, this will be kind of an anchor single for a lot of pick 5 tickets, and with good reason. I mean, from a class and speed figure perspective, she
looks tough.
She likes Canterbury. There's no reason not. There's nothing that signals that she's not going to win here. So when a horse comes out 3 to 5 in the morning line, that's a pretty good signal too. And I agree. I went 2, 3, and 1. Maybe this is a race you play a 1 number exacta, or you just single Thunder's Rock and Roll, or if you really come up with an angle that you think Thunder's Rock and Roll might get beat, then you'll get paid if you're right. So 2, 3, 1 for me.
I'm also 2, 3, 1. And if she doesn't run her A race, and if she's just not super sharp, I can see Carson Bay sitting right off of her, waiting to pounce. And the cool thing about a horse like Carson Bay is she's fresh for battle. She hasn't run since June. Gary Shearer, her conditioner, one of my all-time favorites here at Canterbury. And the workouts say that this horse is jumping out of her barn. So if Thunder's Rock and Roll doesn't bring her best, I do think Carson's Bay could loom as a danger. But I think the 2 is going to be 1-5 and very, very tough to beat. Don't forget about that Dog Days contest next weekend. Jeff Madej does such an awesome job here. It's a big part of the experience at Canterbury. Bruce Meyer, the Oracle, will be involved in that. Oracle, good luck with your picks here. Of all the food trucks you've seen, which one, because you're always, when you come to the press box, you're touting horses, but you're also touting food. Which food truck has your eye tonight?
I need to walk around and look at them, but there's one right over there that I'm going to stop at on our way back. The roasted corn right there.
I'm going to get the corn later tonight.
And we've got, and you mentioned it earlier, but don't forget about Heather's Sweets inside the front door. That was wonderful.
The chocolate chip cookies were mini, and they were really good. Have a great night, everybody. Hey, we got the Derby, we got the Oaks. We're going to have an awesome time. The weather, fingers crossed, is going to hold off. I'll be up calling the races. PA will be back tomorrow for Pepsi Family Day. Have a great night at the track. Thanks for watching. 3-minute warning now. 3 minutes to the lid lifter on Made in Minnesota night. We have featured races tonight that include the Minnesota Derby and the Minnesota Oaks, race 2 and race 7. Specialty bites and sips all over the park. It's a scratch-off Saturday, each and every Saturday. First 1,000 fans get a free scratch-off prize package from the state lottery. And Canterbury Park is proud to have some great partners in crime here with their sponsors, Appalatos, Tri-State Bobcat, Minnesota Soybean, Research and Promotion Council, John Deere, Quick Trip, Loeffler, Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, Anheuser-Busch, and Comcast Xfinity. We also want to welcome some special groups to the racetrack. AG Management Solutions, Millo Electric, Bankers Equipment Service, Bo Diddley's Company Event, Jay's 50th, Beater Family Event, and Dan and Katie Myers with the birthday boy, Dan Myers, here down the way of the Cabanas. Good luck, everybody. 2 minutes now. 2 minutes. And the horses are approaching the starting gate now. Inside a minute to the early pick 4 in race 1. Smoking or vaping cannabis products is not allowed here at Canterbury Park. Cigarette and cigar smoking is allowed in designated areas only. Today's races are powered by the Minnesota Soybean Research and Promotion Council and the Soy Checkoff, a farmer-funded program that funds cutting-edge research, creates new uses, and builds new markets. Minnesota soybeans are high in quality and on the right track. Welcome, everybody. It's time for Made in Minnesota night. A couple of great stakes races. Competitive card starting with this turf sprint at 5 furlongs. As the horses have now reached the starting gate, it is post time. Post time for the lid lifter. As they move in line, Kalatua favored at 9-5. Every horse in the race, though, taking money. Highest price on the board is Mighty Army at 7-1 with Fausto da Silva. Pilot's Creed and Kelsey Har have moved in. What a summer it's been for her. Mac Robertson has 3, including TC Gold, who is the lone Minnesota bred here, to post 3. 2 more left to load. Kalatua, the favorite, now then to the outside. Have a great time, everybody. Here we go. There in the gate. And they're off. Field came off to a perfect dispatch. TC Gold flashes patented early speed along with Kid Got Rhythm to the outside of that one is Now Then. Come back a length to Mighty Army. One from the rail is Pilot's Creed, and at the back of the pack is the favorite Kalatua. It's a bunched pack here in this turf sprint. They go 3x3 with TC Gold clinging to a short lead from Kid Got Rhythm, who's breathing down that one's neck. Gap of 3 now, back to Now Then, who's kind of spinning the wheels. In between horses comes Pilot's Creed. Inside is Mighty Army, and Calatua is trying to rev it up from the back of the pack. 21-2 for the opening quarter. They've gone fast, and Kid Got Rhythm puts the nose in front as they get ready to charge down the Canterbury stretch, but Calatua is full of run to the outside, and here comes Calatua. Calatua well-timed to the front. TC Gold trying to run with that one, but it's Calatua in the lid lifter. .07.06, the finishing time of race number 1. The judges have put the photo sign on the board. Hold all those tickets. Photo sign is down. Top 3 finishers are 5 Calatua, 3 TC Gold, 4 Kid Got Rhythm, and the 2 Pilot's Creed fills in the superfecta. 5, 3, 4, and 2. Calatua had won on this turf course back in June, but was disqualified in that event. Clearly enjoys the sod here in Shakopee, and starts the card as the first favorite to win at 6-5. Race number 1, official and cashable. $4.60 for your win ticket on Calatua. Trifecta 5, 3, and 4 paid $25.65. 10-cent super, 5, 3, 4, and 2, $20.77. The Randy Gratishar 5, 3 exacta for $1, $11.10. Race number 2, the $75,000 Minnesota Derby. No scratches or jockey changes for the Derby. Stakes racing starts in 22 minutes. Calatua getting cooled down after a solid effort here this afternoon. Still just a 3-year-old, able to handle elders here comfortably. Let's celebrate the winner of race 1 here on Made in Minnesota night. It is number 5. It is Calatua, 3-year-old bay gelding by Cloud Computing out of True Chick, foaled in Maryland. The winning owner is Johnny Mentz. The winning trainer is Mr. Mac Robertson. And the winning jockey, Eduardo Gallardo. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Calatua. Minnesota Derby time, 21 away. Thereof, field came off to a perfect dispatch. TC Gold flashes patented early speed along with Kid Got Rhythm to the outside of that one is Now Then. Come back a length to Mighty Army. One from the rail is Pilot's Creed, and at the back of the pack is the favorite Kalatua. It's a bunched pack here in this turf sprint. They go 3 by 3 with TC Gold clinging to a short lead from Kid Got Rhythm, who's breathing down that one's neck. Gap of 3 now, back to Now Then, who's kind of spinning the wheels. In between horses comes Pilot's Creed. Inside is Mighty Army, and Kalatua is trying to rev it up from the back of the pack. 21 and 2 for the opening quarter. They've gone fast, and Kid Got Rhythm puts the nose in front as they get ready to charge down the Canterbury stretch. But Kalatua is full of run to the outside, and here comes Kalatua. Kalatua well-timed to the front. TC Gold trying to run with that one, but it's Kalatua in the lid lifter. All right, race fans, it's time for the first of two different stakes races on Made in Minnesota night. This is the $75,000 Minnesota Derby, a race that dates back to 1988 when the great Blair's Cove was victorious. Last year, of course, 2025 brought us Sushi Man with Harry Hernandez winning for Cody Rosine. In between, trainers like Troy Bethke, the local guy. 1992 with Nick by Vic and Eddie Cervantes in the saddle. Alonso Quinones tries to get Bethke his second win. It'd be the Q's third win in this race. Derek Bell leads all jockeys with 4 wins. And Tony Rengsdorf, the trainer of the 4. How about that, Kurt? A Minnesota guy looking for his first ever win in the Minnesota Derby. We've got to handicap the race for that. To the paddock for Jeff Madej and Angela Herman.
Thank you very much, Kevin. We are down here for the Derby. And, of course, this is kind of the kickoff to the stakes and some of the action that we have coming on Made in Minnesota night. What do you have going there? I didn't see what your
Minnesota
shirt is.
Fighting Saints.
Okay, perfect. And, of course, the Vikings victorious in preseason earlier today. That's going to be kind of a running theme of our night. But let's dig into the Derby, shall we? Because this is a whole different circumstance for most of these. A lot of them have been sprinting, and that's where they've been making their hay through their career, just without opportunity. A lot of 2-year-olds stick to sprinting, stick to one turn. Now these Minnesota breds square off against each other, and they do so for quite the hefty purse. And the horse on the inside is the one that I put on top. You went the opposite direction. I'm getting a lot better price right now, but Navarre comes off a second-place finish behind. How about that, Kurt? Tell me how we could turn the tables on him, Jeffrey.
Well, I think it's the added ground probably makes the difference, and the distance won't be a problem for Navarre. I don't think it will be for the favorite either, the 4. How about that, Kurt? But that tracking trip, it really is going to depend, I think, how fast the favorite has to go early as to whether Navarre can catch or not. Wasn't going to do it when they faced up 13 days ago in the Vic Myers, though.
He looks very good down here in the paddock. I will say Navarre definitely feeling his oats down in the paddock, on his toes, and still staying restrained enough, but very much ready to get to the racetrack. Now, the Two Perfect Gamble has tried 2 turns a lot, but he's done most of it on the grass. So Perfect Gamble coming back to this main track, which he's won over before, and getting more distance. What do you think a square number on him is right now? Because you get 7-2 on all of the 3 inside runners, but I think Perfect Gamble will probably go off at an even bigger price than that, and he's shown versatility in the past.
And that number will drift up, though, just based on that last race, the race that they have in common, the Vic Myers, where Perfect Gamble lost by 15 lengths. Yes, the distance is different, and yes, we know Perfect Gamble can cover this distance, but I think you're right. That price will drift up to probably close to 10-1.
And Kevin would recommend the 3, that type of a deal, simply based on the double handler angle, but this one did break his maiden recently. Did so showing some speed that day. Pace was a little bit quicker last time around, though, in the Vic Myers, and he ended up 3rd that day. What tactics do you think they would take with him today with Manny Americano, now that he is going to make his second trip around 2 turns?
I did talk to Joel Burnt, the trainer, about this race, and he's hoping they can get a stalking trip. I don't know if that's possible. This might be the speed, but if you look at the past performances in the last 2 races, the blinkers came off 2 races back. Speed figures have improved. This is the one that if you're looking for a price, and it's not going to be 3-1, it's going to get higher than that. This would be the horse I'd look of the 2 long shots.
And the outside runner, your choice and Kevin's choice in here. How about that, Kurt? He tries to put them back-to-back in the stakes category. This one on the stretch out, but the last time that we saw him going a mile, he was doing it against Open Company off the turf that day. Maybe that was just biting off a little too more than he could chew that day. But how about that, Kurt, on the front all the way?
I think the horse, they tracked last time in that Myers and then went to the lead just because they could. But that it was a common race, that route race. Navarre and how about that Kurt ran against each other when they went 2 turns, and Navarre had a better finish than how about that Kurt. So if you're looking for something on the 1, that would be it. You're going to get a short price on how about that Kurt for the Samsons. That is my top pick. Should control the pace and might kick away late.
Okay, well, I'm at the opposite end of the gate. I'll take it 1-4-2 in here. And do note, the inside 2 runners, Navarre and Perfect Gamble, both purchased out of the Minnesota sale a couple of years ago, and they could become stakes winners in about 9 minutes. This second race offers win, place, exacted double, and pick 3 wagering, and we will find out in 8 minutes who the next Derby champion is going to be. The field is headed to the track with a call to the post.
Sir Leonard Dykert with the call to the post for the $75,000 Minnesota Derby. Let's meet the horses. Number 1 is Navarre, owned by Karen Offerman, trained by Troy Bethke, and ridden by Alonso Quinones. Number 2 in the Derby is Perfect Gamble. Perfect Gamble is owned by Thunder Stride Racing. The trainer is Nick Goodwin, and the jockey tonight, Betty Jo Williams. Number 3, That Type of a Deal, owned by Suzanne Stables, trained by Joel Burnt, and ridden by Canterbury's top jockey, Manny Americano. And rounding out the Derby field, number 4, how about that, Kurt? Owned by Sampson Racing Stables, trained by Tony Rengsdorf, ridden tonight by Constantino Roman. That's the field for the $75,000 Minnesota Derby at the gate inside 6 minutes. Fans, drawing your attention down to the winner's circle. Jeff Madej as a special guest, Minnesota's own trainer, Troy Bethke.
Well, thank you, Kevin, and that's right. I am here with trainer Troy Bethke. He's made in Minnesota, a native of Stillwater. Troy, when I think about the history of racing in Minnesota, you can go back 50 years or even further. You can't talk about it without having the Bethke family name in that conversation. Your family was involved in horse racing before there was a Canterbury. What does racing in Minnesota mean to you?
Well, you're right. I grew up in Stillwater, and our family dabbled with racing before Canterbury opened, and I've been here since it opened. And it's what I've done since it's opened. It's been my career. I've worked out here every year, raised my kids. They all work out here, and my wife helps me. Friends have come out to help me, so it's what I do. It's without this here, it would be I wouldn't have a job.
Well, you've formed a lot of relationships over the years. If you think about Karen Offerman, who owns the horse you train in this race, Navarre, she registered the first ever Minnesota racehorse back in the 80s. Your relationship with Dennis Strokirk, who is just a stalwart breeder here in Minnesota, and people that have passed through your barn. I've watched people go through your barn that have worked for you, I worked for your brother Bill. I probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the Bethke family. Now, your son and your daughter Olivia, who we're going to see ride tonight, they're both jockeys. That's got to be really special.
It is. It's really fun to have the kids involved in this, and they're both very competitive. Olivia does show jumping and riding races, so it's a little spooky having your kids out there riding, but it's what they want to do, so we enjoy it too.
I'm guessing you got that same advice from your parents maybe when you wanted to ride, like you and your brother Shane and Bill did as well. Best of luck here with Navarre in the Minnesota Derby. This is such a big night of racing for this industry, and post time coming up soon. Let's go to Angela Herman for her final thoughts.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm on the finish line, and I'm trying to keep an eye on everybody who's warming up out there. And it looks like the two favorites have taken very different approaches. It looked like, how about that, Kurt broke away from the pony, was trying to get a little bit more of a warm-up than Navarre. He had a lot of energy in the paddock, so I'm not surprised that he is trying to stay closer to the pony, stay calm, save his energy for the task at hand, because they all have a big task in the Derby. And with a smaller field, you have to wonder who is going to go out and take the pace. And I really thought that the top two on the board might go out there and make a private match race for themselves. It's kind of the way that it looked on paper. They're getting closer in price on the board, but as far as what you see on track there, Navarre has had that same kind of energy since we saw him come into the walking ring. He is ready to rock. He is going to be the one that I land on in the Derby. Everybody else has really been behaving pretty well. Perfect Gamble looks good right behind him, but he looked good in the paddock too. That type of deal. Same deal. These are acting like pros. That's why they're in this spot. And the Minnesota Derby is getting close to the gate. Good luck, everybody. Take it from here, Kev.
Thank you very much, Ange. Today's Minnesota Derby is sponsored by the Minnesota Soybean Research and Promotion Council and the Soy Checkoff, a farmer-funded program that sponsors cutting-edge research, creating new uses and building new markets. Minnesota is the state of soy, and Canterbury is the home of the Minnesota Derby. Inside a minute. Get those bets in now. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for the Minnesota Derby. Navarre in the familiar jacket of Karen Offerman have moved into post one. Perfect Gamble. Longest shot on the board with Betty Joe and the Patriotic Silks from gate 2. Speedy, that type of a deal. In post 3, and the favorite is, how about that, Kurt, in post 4. We are ready for stakes action on Made in Minnesota night. Good luck, everybody. There in the gate. And they're off in the Derby. Perfect Gamble shows speed. Inside, Navarre changing tactics. And Navarre right to the lead. The only horse in the field with a win around 2 turns is Loose, and Loose by 3 as they run by the judges. And well off the rail, Navarre and the Q lead it by 3. Inside is Perfect Gamble. How about that, Kurt and Roman sensing the warning call a bit, making an early move as they bank up to the backside. At the back of the pack is that type of a deal as they went 24-3 for the quarter mile, and Navarre really relaxed now on the front, leading it by a length and a quarter. How about that, Kurt? The heavy favorite presses that one from second. Perfect Gamble's in third. That type of a deal would have to make up 4 lengths to win the Derby, as they are all comfortable with their positions and they run by the barns halfway through the race. A comfortable pace still set by the Q and Navarre. He's yet to ask the question, and Navarre has a 3-length lead. Perfect Gamble is sneaking up the inside. How about that, Kurt? Waiting to make his move, and that type of deal is unwinding from the back of the pack. 50 flat for the half mile, and Navarre still there and still comfortable. Navarre looking good on the lead. The whip is out already, and how about that, Kurt? Inside comes Perfect Gamble. That type of a deal is making a move. All four in with a chance as they spin around the turn to the top of the Canterbury stretch, and Betty Jo Williams sneaks up the inside. There comes Perfect Gamble. Navarre on the outside of that one. The favorite, how about that, Kurt, is back in last into the final furlong. Perfect Gamble trying to pull up a shocker. Navarre not going away. Outside, that type of a deal, charging. That type of a deal from last to first to win the Minnesota Derby. .143.89. The two longest shots on the board run 1-2 in the Derby. Still unofficial. Hold those tickets. That type of a deal with a big round of applause coming back after an impressive victory tonight for Joel Berndt in the Minnesota Derby. Berndt won this race back in 2024 with Street Warrior. So it's the trainer's second win in the Derby. And Manny Americano making quite an impression here at Canterbury all season long. Our top jockey takes the horse back to last, a horse that had been primarily on or near the lead throughout his 5-race career, and they go back to last and beat them all and pay $19.80 for that victory. The 5-3 Gratishar double for $2 paid $51. The Exacta, the Dan Gladden 3-2, paid $91.80 for $1. Big upset in the Derby tonight. Let's celebrate an upset winner in the Derby here. The now official winner of the 2026 Minnesota Derby is number 3, That Type of a Deal. That Type of a Deal is a 3-year-old gelding by Run Happy out of Puffle Feathers, foaled right here by the owners, Suzanne Stables in the great state of Minnesota. The winning trainer with his second Derby win is Joel Berndt, and the winning jockey with his first top jockey at the park, Manny Americano. Congratulations to the victorious connections of That Type of a Deal. Fans, the trophy presentation is coming up momentarily. And tonight, presenting the trophy will be Gail Donkers, the chair of the Minnesota Soybean Research and Promotion Council. It's great to have that group here with us. Minnesota is the state of soy. And That Type of a Deal is a Derby champion. All right, fans, drawing your attention down to the winner's enclosure. Let's celebrate a Derby winner with the winning connections. We've got Angela Herman.
Yes, that type of a deal does pull an upset in the Minnesota Derby, but does it with style. Now I've got Joel Byrne, his trainer, and of course, Suzanne Stables bred and owns that type of a deal. What's it like to watch this horse from day one get into the winner's circle of the Minnesota Derby?
Well, you know, it is really interesting. We've been around racing for so long to see a horse come along at the end like this. Right at the end, it was a great race. The jockey did a wonderful job. And so it's so fun, so much fun.
Well, it was fun to watch that stretch battle too, because I mean, it got very tight around the turn, and then he came home, like I said, with style at 8-1. Joel, how has his spring and summer come along to get him to this point? Because he has made a big improvement since last year when we saw him in the Futurity and put it all together today. He looked great.
Going back to last year, we started him in the Futurity. We thought that much of him then, but he's a slow developing horse, and every work, every race, he got better, and peaked today.
Well, I don't know if we've seen the best of him yet. Maybe you've tried him on turf, on dirt, short, long. What do you think is going to be his sweet spot? Probably doing this?
Distance dirt.
All right. Well, congratulations to you guys. I'm sure it won't be the last time that he comes in here. And Made in Minnesota night is made for horses just like him. Is there anything you'd like to say about racing at Canterbury and in Minnesota?
Well, we've been coming here because it's such a beautiful place to come. And we have a wonderful time. My wife happens to be in Iceland today, watching it at the bar. But we just love this track, and all our horses now are bred, Minnesota bred. And so everything we have is Minnesota bred. And we just hope it continues, and I hope that sometime maybe even get back to where it used to be.
Well, let's do this again sometime there in the winner's circle. Congratulations to you. Congratulations in Iceland, and congratulations, Joel, on a great training job with that type of deal.
Thank you.
All right, the Minnesota Derby, 8-1.
Now we got our second. We're going to Dairy Queen.
Congratulations.
In the Derby, Perfect Gamble shows speed. Inside, Navarre changing tactics, and Navarre right to the lead. The only horse in the field with a win around 2 turns is Loose, and Loose by 3 as they run by the judges. And well off the rail, Navarre and the Q lead it by 3. Inside is Perfect Gamble. How about that, Kurt and Roman sensing the warning call a bit, making an early move as they bank up to the backside. At the back of the pack is that type of a deal, as they went 24-3 for the quarter mile, and Navarre really relaxed now on the front, leading it by a length and a quarter. How about that, Kurt? The heavy favorite presses that one from second. Perfect Gamble's in third. That type of a deal would have to make up 4 lengths to win the Derby, as they are all comfortable with their positions, and they run by the barns halfway through the race. A comfortable pace still set by the Q and Navarre. He's yet to ask the question, and Navarre has a 3-length lead. Perfect Gamble is sneaking up the inside. How about that, Kurt? Waiting to make his move, and that type of deal is unwinding from the back of the pack. 50 flat for the half mile, and Navarre still there and still comfortable. Navarre looking good on the lead. The whip is out already, and how about that, Kurt? Inside comes Perfect Gamble. That type of a deal is making a move. All 4 in with a chance as they spin around the turn to the top of the Canterbury stretch, and Betty Joe Williams sneaks up the inside. There comes Perfect Gamble. Navarre on the outside of that one. The favorite, how about that, Kurt, is back in last into the final furlong. Perfect Gamble trying to pull up a shocker. Navarre not going away. Outside, that type of a deal, charging. That type of a deal from last to first to win the Minnesota Derby.
that type of a deal puts a good price in the mix in the Derby. And we congratulate, of course, Suzanne Stables and Joel Burt, the Victorious Connections, as well as rider Manny Americano. They are the winners of the second. Now we're 11 minutes away from the third, and the rain has started to come down a little bit. It's not pouring quite yet, but it is steady. We'll stay on the turf for this one, though. It's a good turf course, and they go 7.5 furlongs. Haunted Haze is the inside horse, and admittedly, I have been quite the fan of Haunted Haze. I put him in second today, but he's filled that spot a couple of times with trips that would be similar to what I expect him to get today. You know, he doesn't usually go out there and take the lead. Usually somebody has their sights set on it to his outside. I think that's going to be Hot Legs Romulo today, so I'm hoping that Haunted Haze can sit that same sort of run. Alonzo Quinones was aboard for one of those seconds, 2 back. And I think maybe some similar fractions are coming in a similar result. And he's now your 9-5 favorite. Somebody just put a ton on Haunted Haze. Batter Up, now 3-1, is my choice in here from Off the Pace. He got a very, very wide trip last time around. Gallardo is going to take over the reins. And I wanted to see how he's looking down here because he just plain kind of looked irritated before the race last time, but he looks a little bit happier today. Batter Up likes both surfaces. He can handle whatever's thrown at him. I wouldn't be surprised if he is just fine with some off turf. He can really handle just about anything as long as there's pace, and I think that there will be in here. So I'm going to put him on top at 3-1. 5-1 is the price, and Lord knows he's trying for his third win and 4 starts up here at Canterbury on the turf course. Now that's at this level for the most part. He tried a tougher group on July 12th. That didn't go very well, but he likes to sit in a second or third sort of stalking trip. If nobody wants to go take the lead, he's willing to do that too. Leslie Mowing has some options in the saddle, but a horse with speed on our turf that likes it as much as he does is a very square price at 5-1. That's the price you get on Hot Legs Romulo right next door as well. He's got a couple of seconds on our turf, but the game plan is right on paper with him. He likes to go out there and take them as far as he can, as fast as he can. Now, whether he can relax and slow down on the front end, we'll see how much Americano can do it. There's plenty of pace in here, and I just can't see him getting comfortable enough to take them all the way, but certainly he has done his share of good racing in just that fashion in the past, so you get 5-1 on him as well. Kevin's choice in here is 6-1. That's Bangarang. He likes our turf too. 2 for 2 to be exact, but both of those races were 5 furlongs. The good news is that last one was on good turf, so you know he can handle that footing just fine. He gets that today, and as long as he can handle a little more ground, I don't think 7.5 is stretching the rubber band too far. Bangarang should be very tough at that good price. Mendelssohn Joy is 7-1. He was the next short of Lord Knows last time around. He's been on this turf plenty, but he's just kind of got one speed trips, I guess I would say, this year. He gets in a spot and he stays there. Mendelssohn Joy does like this grass quite a bit. 7-1 is a fair price, and Lemon Son is the outside runner. Lemon Son has tried our main track before. Usually it's 7 furlongs. Lemon Son has been doing a lot of racing doing that, but mile race didn't go quite as well last time. This is a step up and a move on to the turf where he has not enjoyed very much success to this point in his career. 8 minutes until race number 3. This third race starts at pick 4. Pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, 10-cent supers. Go for it. There's the board of selections. Plenty of ideas about who to put on top, but a few of you, in fact 4, have your 9-5 favorite Haunted Haze in that top slot. They're headed out to the track, 8 minutes to post, but don't move from those TVs. Kevin Gorg and his patented power play coming up and coming at you next.
The horses are on the track for tonight's third race. Scratch the 5, Slip Mahoney, the MTO horse. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, and a 50-cent pick 4. Pick 4 available here in race number 3 at the gate inside 7 minutes. Power play time here in the press box. It's sponsored by Tri-State Bobcat. Thank you for supporting this fun endeavor. And now we go to race number 6, a horse we can focus in on. Maybe build trifectas or superfectas around this horse. Mix it into your pick 4 or pick 5. It's a long shot. It's likely going to be 6, 8, 10 to 1. It's race 6, number 1, St. Charles. Now, we're not dealing with a horse that wins often, 4 for 41, but 3 of those 4 victories are right here in Minnesota at Canterbury. And let's go back to last summer. When this horse did pop, it did so at 6.5 to 1. It got up by a nose and it had a terrible trip, which we're going to go through. You get Leslie Mowen, you get Mike Beeler, and let's watch this start. Dead last for a horse that likes to show some speed, stumbles out of the gate, is left in last. Now, normally in a short race like this, with only 5 furlongs, if you spot the field 4 or 5 lengths, you're toast. But this horse was really ready to run. Those familiar silks, the green and red. Watch what this horse does. Circles the field. Now, from last, these horses usually make a big move and teeter out. Not the case on this occasion. This horse loves the Canterbury turf, and St. Charles still in the race. This long shot kicks clear. Looks like this horse maybe he's going to get up for second, but St. Charles keeps chugging, keeps coming. And lo and behold, with the wire coming quick, the horse kicks it in late and gets up by that much. It was a power play last summer and did that. We're going to look to do it again tonight. Race 6, number 1, St. Charles. Let's go. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time. We head to the beautiful Canterbury turf again. Turf listed as good tonight. This is the Dan Myers birthday dash for the cash. Good to have Dan and Katie in the group out here. Good luck with your wagers, everybody. The Minnesota bred is Haunted Haze, favored at 9-5. Co-second choice with Batter Up and Mendelssohn Joy as they load professionally here. Going to travel 7 1/2 furlongs on the line. Last one to load is Kelsey and Lemonstone. Moving in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Fast start for Bangarang, and Bangarang right to the front. Lord Knows is going to chase that one. From in between horses comes Hot Legs Romulo. Outside shading that one is Mendelssohn Joy, and the last horse away is Lemonstone. By the judges, banking around the turn, and the 10-1 long shot is Bangarang, and Bangarang leads it by 2.5. Hot Legs Romulo going to chase that one from second, and the field is very spread out. Fast early on here in this turf route. Mendelssohn Joy tracking from third. Haunted Haze, the favorite, making a mid-race move up into within 3 lengths. They went 23-1. Let me come back a couple lengths to Lord Knows. Shading that one is Batter Up, still nothing from Lemonstone. And now the leaders are bunched together with Bangarang having to fight off some company in Hot Legs Romulo. Haunted Haze has made up significant ground in the middle portion of the race and is poised to pounce. Behind that one comes Mendelssohn Joy and Batter Up, and the heat has been turned up on Bangarang, who's trying to respond, but Haunted Haze catches the eye. Haunted Haze puts those pretty blue blinkers in front as they charge to the top of the Canterbury stretch, and Haunted Haze says it's my race from here and leads it by 2. Batter Up is chasing. Outside is Lord Knows, and Lord Knows has momentum. Final furlong, Lord Knows coming to try to get Haunted Haze. Lord Knows outside. Batter Up in between. Lord Knows loves this turf. Lord Knows is a winner again. Photo sign is down. Race 3. Winner, number 3, Lord Knows. Second, number 2, Batter Up. Third, number 1, Haunted Haze. We have a blast off, 3-2-1 for the trifecta. 7, Mendelssohn Joy rounds out the super. It's official. A minor upset in race 3. Lord Knows pays $10.80 to win. A Dan Gladden 3-2 exacta. It hits again. Trifecta paid $30.70. Super paid $13.05. The 3-3 Beaupre double, $220.80 for $2. Early pick 3, 5, 3, and 3. $126.90, and that Gladden Exacta, $24.80. We had a claim, two-way shake for number 2, Batter Up. A claim for $12,500. The new trainer, Jose Silva Jr., and the new owners, Kirk Sutherland. Batter Up claimed out of race 3. On deck will be race 4. We scratched the 4 in the 4th. It starts our pick 5. The Canterbury pick 5 has a 10% takeout, lowest in the country. That pick 5 starts in race number 4. Lord Knows has raced 7 times on the Canterbury turf and won 5 of those 7 races after another victory, this time in a brand new barn. Let's celebrate the winner. Here comes Lord Knows, the official winner of race 3. Lord Knows is a 5-year-old bay gelding by Handsome Mike out of My Cousin Zinni, Folden, Florida. The winning owner is Stephanie O'Keefe. The winning trainer is Dennis Peters. And the winning pilot is Leslie Mowing. Congratulations to the victorious Connections of Lord Knows. Race 4 goes in 21 minutes. They're off. Fast start for Bangarang, and Bangarang right to the front. Lord Knows is going to chase that one. From in between horses comes Hot Legs Romulo. Outside shading that one is Mendelssohn Joy, and the last horse away is Lemon Sown. By the judges, banking around the turn, and the 10-1 long shot is Bangarang, and Bangarang leads it by 2.5. Hot Legs Romulo going to chase that one from second, and the field is very spread out. Fast early on here in this turf route. Mendelssohn Joy tracking from third. Haunted Haze, the favorite, making a mid-race move up into within 3 lengths. They went 23-1. Let me come back a couple lengths to Lord Knows. Shading that one is Batter Up, still nothing from Lemon Sown. And now the leaders are bunched together with Bangarang having to fight off some company in Hot Legs Romulo. Haunted Haze has made up significant ground in the middle portion of the race and is poised to pounce. Behind that one comes Mendelssohn Joy and Batter Up, and the heat has been turned up on Bangarang, who's trying to respond, but Haunted Haze catches the eye. Haunted Haze puts those pretty blue blinkers in front as they charge to the top of the Canterbury stretch, and Haunted Haze says it's my race from here and leads it by 2. Batter Up is chasing. Outside is Lord Knows, and Lord Knows has momentum. Final furlong, Lord Knows coming to try to get Haunted Haze. Lord Knows outside, Batter Up in between. Lord Knows loves this turf. Lord Knows is a winner again.
Lord knows picks up another one over our turf course. He just absolutely loves it. It might turn out to be a pretty live race, and congratulations to the new connections of Lord Knows. They pick up a win right away with him, and we go on to the 2-year-olds. We have some Minnesota-bred fillies making their way to the paddock for race number 4, and this is going to be the kickoff leg of that 10% takeout, pick 5. Now, that's the last 5 winners on the card. It's a 50-cent minimum wager, and that 10% takeout puts more back out into the payout because we take less out of the pool, and that is the best in the country. If you have never tried playing a pick 5, now is the time, and it does start with these 2-year-olds, and they're walking out here now, so let's dig into it. 8-1 is the price on Golden Winter Apple. There's a handful of them who do have a start in here. She's one of them. She was behind Rhyme Away, her stablemate, who was extremely impressive right away. Golden Winter Apple got into a bit of a battle behind that winner, but she did show a bit of speed towards the inside still. Has some improving to do, but everybody can after start number 1. Can always forgive the debut, and she will be a pretty good price. Olivia Beckier in the saddle for her dad, Troy. 10-1 the price on Golden Winter Apple. Heaven's Golden Gift is a filly that I liked last time around, but she was getting a little rambunctious out here, and she proceeded to get rambunctious on the track. And it looks like she's calmed down today. This daughter of Gift Box maybe has the hang of things now that she does have that start under her belt. She's 9-1 at the moment, and if she can keep this composure, that experience that she has, and some of the gate works that she put in the morning, definitely make her a contender in here. That 12-1 has now turned into 8-1. Some money going the way of this filly, and it's understandable, again, because they have the experience. Same thing goes for the prancing favorite right behind her. At even money, Orphan Addie is going to try to be a winner in start number 2. Kevin and I land on her, and this daughter of Tapiture was second in the aforementioned race behind Minnie for the Max, and of course that filly went down to Prairie Meadows. She found a sloppy track. Things didn't go that well, but Orphan Addie is a nice looking horse, and she does have that experience on a lot of others in here. She was the beaten favorite in her debut, but she is taking a lot of money again. Makes a lot of sense towards the front end, and Ulova's back in the saddle trying to give another win for the Burnt Barn today. Scratch the 4, EP's Will to Win. She was definitely going to be a part of the equation for me, but we go on to the 5, Bells of Liaison, and Bells of Liaison is another one that's debuting today. She's very laid back in the paddock, very much calmer than most of her competition, and Bells of Liaison is by an 8% first-time outsider in Liaison. She looks like she might be outworking a boy that comes from these same connections, a colt that is, that comes from these same connections tomorrow. And if she does follow that pattern and she is outworking him in the morning, maybe she can parlay that to the afternoon and pull a bit of an upset in here. I think Bells of Liaison does stand a chance. Her dam has dropped a first-time out winner, and she is going to be a bit of a better price than my top choice, Orphan Addie. I took her second at 6-1. That's also the price that you get on Derby Day Rose. Now, Derby Day Rose is going to be my 4th choice in here, but she makes a little bit of sense on the front end. Only 2 first-time starters for her, and one of them did run 3rd. She is very much amped up for start number 1, and Derby Day Rose is 5-1. You get 9-1 on the Tony Rengstorff runner that did stay in the field. She's right there. Seeing Gal is making start number 1. She's also by Liaison. He's an 8% out first-time trainer, or first-time sire, that is. But the Crake only has dropped 1 other foal. It's interesting to see where she'll land in the scheme of things. She's kind of on the smaller side. We'd expect her to show some speed, and we know we'll see speed from the outside running Charlie's Mint. This is start number 2, another daughter of Liaison. She showed a whole bunch of speed first time around. Ron Westerman did get a 2-year-old winner in the colt side of things. Now Charlie's Mint is going to try to pick up the bag for the filly side of things. She just has a bit of ground to make up on, again, Orphan Addie, who's in here, but it's all very possible in start number 2, and she lands an outside post position this time, which should only help the cause, again, taking some money at 9-2. In this 4th race, you can bet the pick 5, and you should. This is a good way to start it out with a field of 7. Pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, and 10-cent supers are also on the wagering menu in the upcoming 4th race. These 2-year-olds are headed to the track. Somebody is going to be a victress for the first time as Maiden Minnesota Night rolls on. Good luck.
Call to the post as they come onto the racetrack for race number 4. Race 4's featured group is Milo Electric, racing into the next 40 years. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, and of course, race 4 signifies the start of the 50-cent pick 5. Pick all 5 winners. You could win hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars. Pick 5, 10% takeout, lowest in the country, starts in 7 minutes.
Hey everyone, it's Kate down here on the track, and it's time to celebrate Made in Minnesota Day with our State of Hockey Relay. We've got 4 contestants ready to prove they've got what it takes to earn the title of Canterbury's top hockey team. We got Team 1 and Team 2. Here's how it works. Each team will race side by side through our hockey course. The first teammate will grab a hockey stick handle the ball through the cones, then take a shot on the goal. Once they score, they'll stick handle back through the corns. The first team to have both teammates complete the course and score their goal will be crowned our State of Hockey Relay champions. Canterbury Park, this is Minnesota, the state of hockey. Let's hear what you've got. Make some noise for our contestants. Ready, set, go! We've got Team 1 coming in first. You can see who the real hockey players are. Oh, Team 2 making a comeback. All right, there we have it. Congratulations, Team 1? Team 1? You are our State of Hockey Relay Champions. You'll each be taking home 2 Here Come the Mummy tickets for our Canterbury concert series on Friday, August the 28th. Let's hear it one more time for our State of Hockey champions.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race number 4. Also the start of the pick 5. Good luck with that pick 5. Golden Winter Apple to the inside gate. It's moved in. Bells of Liaison, one of 3 making their debuts here. These Minnesota-bred baby girls. Derby Day Rose and Eddie G. Heaven's Golden Gift to post 2. Orphan Addie, the hot favorite at 4 to 5 to post 3. Scene Girl has moved in, and the outside marker is Charlie's Mint with our top jockey, Manny Americano. Moving in now. There in the gate. And the baby girls are off. Tardy start for Bells of Liaison. Outside comes Charlie's Mint and Americano. They throttle out to a quick early lead, led by Derby Day Rose in second. Up the inside comes Golden Winter Apple. Then it's Scene Gal. About 3 lengths back to our favorite Orphan Addie, who's got 5 lengths to make up. Then Heaven's Golden Gift as the one-horse Golden Winter Apple was just shuffled back into that turn. Charlie's Mint leads it at 7 to 1 and leads it by 2.5. Inside comes Derby Day Rose. Outside of that one is Scene Gal. Then it's Orphan Addie, who's got 5 to make up. The one Golden Winter Apple is re-engaging, but no one's challenging. Charlie's Mint and Americano have the race to win or lose as they charge down the Canterbury stretch. Charlie's Mint by 4. Inside is Scene Gal. A late charge from Orphan Addie. A football field to go. And the upset is on. Charlie's Mint. Tasty indeed. 1 minute, 0.54 seconds. As Charlie's Mint goes flag fall to that's all. Photo for the Exacta Try and Super. Hold them all. Photo sign is down. Second place to the 7 Scene Gal. Third goes to the favorite Orphan Addie. Golden Winter Apple, the 1, rounds out the Super. 8-7, 3-1. Don't forget that Canterbury Park has Friday night concerts for you. Eli Young and Lanco. September the 11th, we offer intimate settings, great sight lines, and beautiful sounds. September 11th, Eli Young and Lanco. Get your tickets at CanterburyPark.com. Second win on the card for Canterbury's top jockey, Manny Americano. Americano won the Minnesota Derby in race 2 as a long shot and pulls the upset off here and pays $16.20 to win. The Ryan Hartman double, 3 and 8, pays $102 even. The pick 3, look at that pick 3. 3, 3, and 8, $546.30. The pick 4, 5, 3, 3, 8, $1,107. The Sidney Crosby $1 exacta, 8-7. Now cashable, long shot over long shot in that exacta, as we have seen bombs galore here in the early stages of Made in Minnesota night. $102 for that double, $546 and change for the pick 3, over $1,100 for the early pick 4 on a 50-cent bet, and the Crosby exacta for $1, $77.40. Wow. Upsets galore so far tonight at Canterbury. Race 5, we rotate back to a good turf course. Scratch the 2 in the 5th race. The 2 is a scratch. 7 will battle. They'll be at the gate in about 22 minutes for that event. One career start before tonight by Charlie's Mint. Finished a distant 3rd in a 6-horse field, but did show speed in that race tonight. Got to the lead and never looked back. Let's celebrate the winner. Here she comes. A baby girl with a future, bred right here in Minnesota. The race 4 winner is number 8, Charlie's Mint. Charlie's Mint is a 2-year-old bay filly by Liaison out of Bright Bling, bred in Minnesota. The winning owner is the winning trainer. It's Ronald Westerman. And the winning jockey, the top jockey at Canterbury Park, he is Manny Americano. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Charlie's Mint. Race 5, good turf, 21 minutes away. And the baby girls are off. Tardy start for Bells of Liaison. Outside comes Charlie's Mint and Americano. They throttle out to a quick early lead, led by Derby Day Rose in second. Up the inside comes Golden Winter Apple. Then it's Scene Gal. About 3 lengths back to our favorite Orphan Addie, who's got 5 lengths to make up. Then Heaven's Golden Gift as the 1-horse Golden Winter Apple was just shuffled back into that turn. Charlie's Mint leads it at 7-1 and leads it by 2.5. Inside comes Derby Day Rose. Outside of that one is Scene Gal. Then it's Orphan Addie, who's got 5 to make up. The one Golden Winter Apple is re-engaging, but no one's challenging. Charlie's Mint and Americano have the race to win or lose as they charge down the Canterbury stretch. Charlie's Mint by 4. Inside is Scene Gale. A late charge from Orphan Addie. A football field to go. And the upset is on. Charlie's Mint. Tasty indeed. They've gone fast, and Kid Got Rhythm puts the nose in front as they get ready to charge down the Canterbury stretch, but Kalatua is full of run to the outside, and here comes Kalatua. Kalatua well-timed to the front. TC Gold trying to run with that one, but it's Kalatua in the lid lifter. Williams sneaks up the inside. There comes Perfect Gamble. Navarre on the outside of that one. The favorite. How about that, Curtis? Back in last into the final furlong. Perfect Gamble trying to pull up a shocker. Navarre not going away. Outside, that type of a deal. Charging that type of a deal from last to first to win the Minnesota Derby. Front as they charge to the top of the Canterbury stretch, and Haunted Hayes says it's my race from here and leads it by 2. Batter Up is chasing. Outside is Lord Knows, and Lord Knows has momentum. Final furlong, Lord Knows coming to try to get Haunted Hayes. Lord Knows outside, Batter Up in between. Lord Knows loves this turf. Lord Knows is a winner again. Charlie's Mint and Americano have the race to win or lose as they charge down the Canterbury stretch. Charlie's Mint by 4. Inside is Scene Gale. A late charge from Orphan Addie. A football field to go. And the upset is on. Charlie's Mint. Tasty indeed.
Well, here we are back in the paddock, race number 5. Prices come in there with 2-year-olds. Ron Westerman, that's his second 2-year-old win on the meet, both at prices. I'm joined by Gary Contessa. He is a Grade 1 winning trainer on the East Coast, found his way to Shakopee. He's joining us here this summer, and we've had a lot of fun here. Now, Gary, I've got to ask you a question as we get ready for these 7 fillies. This is a turf race. They're all maidens. That means they haven't won. Now, when I looked at the race, I noticed that 3 of them debuted or made their first career start on the turf. Now, horses don't train on the turf in the morning. They train on the main track. How does a trainer decide that, hey, I think I'll get things started on the turf course?
Well, you told me you were going to sneak this question in on me, and I'm going to tell you how I run a horse on the turf for the first time. Number 1 is pedigree. If I'm looking at that pedigree and she's had 4 or 5 brothers or sisters that ran well on the turf, it's a no-brainer. Number 2 probably happens more times than not. A trainer just doesn't think this particular horse is training very well on the dirt. So what do? Start them on the turf. You got nothing to lose. It's a great first race. They don't have that dirt in their face, and they have an opportunity to move forward in the second race. So I have 2 reasons for trying a horse on the turf. One is serious, that's pedigree. The other one is like, I just don't think this horse can run on the dirt.
Now, is there anything about, say, a horse's stride when you watch them on the dirt that might indicate they'll be better on the turf, or is that just a myth? Because I've always heard, even watching them walk in the walking ring, that turf stride where they step over their hind over their front.
That is no myth. Horses that run well on the turf lift their knees real high, and then their front legs come out. So you want to see a lot of knee action on a horse that you think is a turf horse. And the second part of that equation is they usually have a great big foot. Big foot and a nice high knee action usually gets you a nice turf horse.
All right, now we've got an interesting race here because most of these horses are lightly raced, right? There's one 5-year-old in here. Otherwise, I believe they're all 3-year-old fillies. So they've got room to improve. I mean, a horse can really make improvement from start 1 to start 2, start 2 to start 3. We've seen that already tonight, right? We've seen horses that have improved drastically. Which way are you leaning in this race as we wait for the horses to come up here into the walking ring? You've got any strong feelings here?
I do. I'm leaning pedigree in this race, and this is a filly that I bet on last time out, and she didn't run a lick. The 8 horse in here, Soup There It Is, has our leading trainer, and it's by a Quality Road who stands for, 3 years ago, stood for a $200,000 stud fee when they bred this mare, and they love the grass. Her mare is by Awesome Again, another huge turf pedigree. If this filly doesn't win today, I'll never bet her again. But she's bred to go 2 turns this distance on the grass.
You got some positives here. You've got Manny Americano. He's already got 2 wins. He's our leading rider. You've got Mac Robertson. He's our leading trainer. And you're right. You look at that last race on the turf, 5 furlongs. So we're going longer today. Steadied early in the turn, according to the charts. That means there was some trouble. Now, Mac also puts the blinkers on, maybe to get some focus. Because if you just look at the finish, lost the debut by 9.5. Last time out, lost by 18. I'd expect a big price, 2-1 right now.
I know somebody likes her other than me, and I didn't talk to anybody about her, but the blinkers make a very interesting possibility too, because this filly obviously hasn't engaged. She hasn't shown us anything. Maybe the blinkers are going to make her much more on game tonight, and I just love this filly coming into this race. And there's another, the 7 horse in here. Just give you a quick, for instance, My Everything broke bad, and then came running like a loose horse in her last start. So she really came late and finished second.
I know that's what our analyst Angela Herman likes. She's got My Everything, the 7 horse, on top. I'm looking at this 3, Leah's First. Cody Rosine's the trainer. Was running down at Lone Star. You see, Cody had the horse back at the fairgrounds, went to Lone Star. Now it's back in the Rosine barn. I really think this horse is a standout in here. Now, I could be wrong, but the board is telling me that I'm wrong because it's 5-2, extremely cold. I thought first click I'd be getting 4-5. That's when I get a little nervous about betting. When I find a horse that I think is going to be a big favorite and it isn't, I start to worry, especially when a Mac Robertson horse, who I thought was going to be a price, is 2-1.
I'm with you 100%. And I like Cody's horse. The horses at Lone Star have been a hair better than ours as well, running down there. So this horse could easily jump up and win this race. I had 7-8 with 3, and I had 8-7 with 3.
We see the 5-horse leaving early, so probably maybe has some nerves or is a bad actor in the paddock. But this one interests me as well. Lady Ridge Street showed great speed going 5 furlongs, but couldn't finish. Now maybe we get a slower pace. Could we expect maybe a speed horse like that, when it can go slower early, to have a kick later?
Any speed horse can reach up here and steal this race. The slower they can get that horse to go early on, she's going to have a ton left when they turn for home.
Now this 5th race starts our pick 4. It's 50-cent wager. Runs races 5 through 8. You're going to want to get that bet in now. There'll be some selections on the screen. You might want to put your blaze together as the horses leave the walking ring. They're headed to the racetrack. I thank Gary Contessa for joining us. He does every day for race number 5. Share some words of wisdom. Best of luck. We'll see you at the Mutual windows.
The sweet sounds of Sir Leonard Dykert bring them onto the track for tonight's 5th race. In the 5th race, we scratch number 2. The 2 is out. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, and the back half. The late pick 4, it's a 50-cent bet. The early pick 4 paid over $1,100. Play the pick 4. It starts inside 6 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Inside a minute now to play the late pick 4. Xfinity is proud to support Canterbury Park. The Wi-Fi is booming. At home and on the go with Xfinity Mobile. Visit an Xfinity store or call 1-800-XFINITY. Just visit Xfinity.com today as we get ready for the late pick 4. Turf course listed at good. Leah's first in from Lone Star down Texas way, favored at 3-2. Second choice, Soup There It Is. The outside horse with Manny Americano looking for a triple. Moving in now. Back tomorrow for Pepsi Family Day, a Sunday staple. Inside 4 markers have moved in now as My Golden Cat and Olivia Bethke join up with the assistant starters. There goes Party Trick, the other Texas shipper. My Everything with the red jacket. Walks the first time through. My Everything's moved in. Soup There It Is in the hot jock to the outside. Rambunctious, both the 3 and the 4 in that gate, but assistant starters got a good hold of them there. That 3 is really a handful. Now we've got a jockey off in the middle. That might be the 5, Lady Ridge Street. Take 2. There in the gate. And they're off. Everybody got off decently. And Lady Ridge Street, after balking at the gate, took a flyer out of the gate and runs by the judges in the lead. Through from the inside comes Leah's first, just got shuffled back there and steadied. Outside is Soup There It Is. My Golden Cat is in between. So a little drama into that first turn, and the 8 still hard to handle. Soup There It Is, very rank around that turn as Lady Ridge Street is comfortable in the lead. Now My Golden Cat going to try to get up there and push the tempo. 23-4 for that opening quarter mile. It was eventful. Leah's first had a little traffic into that turn. Now settles in 3 lengths off the lead as the heavy favorite. Soup There It Is, tracking from 4 back, no longer rank, settling into stride for Americano. Then it's a gap of 2 to My Everything. The other one shades that one to the inside, scraping the paint, and then it's Party Trick. 8 lengths from front to back, a half mile and 47-2. No free base here for Lady Ridge Street, having to work on the front end. My Golden Cat is trying to carve into that lead. Leah's first, the People's Choice, now roused under Eddie Gallardo, and the others have got work to do, led by the other one. But top of the stretch, and Lady Ridge Street looking good, leading by 4. Leah's first is out after that one. The Texas Invader means business. And here comes that gray into the final furlong. Lady Ridge Street, Leah's first, surging to the lead. Leah's first with a well-timed ride. And the People's Choice prevails. The photo will be close for second, but Leah's first, never in doubt. $131.60 up on the board. The 1-2 favorite ships in from Lone Star and gets all the money. Tight photo to decide the exacta try and superfecta. Very, very close for second. Hold those tickets. Photo sign is down. Who ran second? Oh, the 1 at 25-1. Pace setter. Lady Ridge Street runs third at 7-1. Chalk all odds in the trifecta. 3-1-5-4 in the super. Favorite with some prices underneath. It's a final and official. $3 for your win ticket on Leah's first. The Billy Smith 3-1 exacta paid $13 even. Chalk all odds in the try paid $45.35. Superfecta $37.91. 8-3 Steve Jordan double $46.60. That pick 3 returned $225.70. On deck, we stay on the turf. Race 6. Very competitive turf sprint on deck to start the final 3 of the night. 9 in a line on the turf in 23 minutes. Right now, though, we celebrate the winner of the 5th. Here she comes into the winner's circle for the first time in her career. She's number 3, Leah's First. Leah's First is a 3-year-old gray or roan filly by First Samurai out of Miss Leah Angel, foaled in Iowa. The winning owner is Linda Jaquette, who also bred the horse. Cody Rosine's the winning trainer, and the winning pilot tonight, Jockey Eduardo Gallardo. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Leah's First. Race 6, turf sprinters at the gate, ready to rock in 21 minutes. They're off. Everybody got off decently. And Lady Ridge Street, after balking at the gate, took a flyer out of the gate and runs by the judges in the lead. Through from the inside comes Leah's First, just got shuffled back there and steadied. Outside is Soup, there it is. My Golden Cat is in between. So a little drama into that first turn, and the 8 still hard to handle. Soup, there it is, very rank around that turn as Lady Ridge Street is comfortable in the lead. Now My Golden Cat going to try to get up there and push the tempo. 23-4 for that opening quarter mile. It was eventful. Leah's First had a little traffic into that turn. Now settles in 3 lengths off the lead as the heavy favorite. Soup, there it is, tracking from 4 back. No longer rank. Settling into stride for Americano. Then it's a gap of 2 to My Everything. The other one shades that one to the inside, scraping the paint, and then it's Party Trick. 8 lengths from front to back, a half mile and 47-2. No free base here for Lady Ridge Street, having to work on the front end. My Golden Cat is trying to carve into that lead. Leah's First, the People's Choice, now roused under Eddie Gallardo, and the others have got work to do, led by the other one. But top of the stretch, and Lady Ridge Street looking good, leading by 4. Leah's First is out after that one. The Texas Invader means business. And here comes that gray into the final furlong. Lady Ridge Street, Leah's First, surging to the lead. Leah's First with a well-timed ride. And the People's Choice prevails. The photo will be close for second, but Leah's First never in doubt.
that is on that board. And we bring Prince in to bring us into race number 6 after the favorite captures race number 5. And we'll stay on the turf and go 5 furlongs in the upcoming 6th race. This is a full one, and this is called a ratings handicap. So Equibase has a whole compilation of statistics for every horse that's running out there and even working out in the morning. And they rate these horses on Equibase. And if they have a common rating and they land in this group, that is how they came up with this condition. So everybody in here has a fairly similar rating, and of course there's weight allowances for differences in that, but that is how the 6th comes together. Now in the inside, it's Kevin's pick. 9-1 is the price that you currently get on St. Charles. St. Charles loves this turf course. 3 of his 4 career victories have come right here on the grass. The rail draw shouldn't be much of a hindrance either. He's quick, and St. Charles feels like going and taking the lead. I'm sure he could against this particular group. All depends on the break. There is some speed in here though, and St. Charles should be a very appealing price, as he has been in recent history. Might have to turn back the clock to find a race that can beat everybody, but definitely could be a part of the mix. And again, you get 9-1 on a horse that's already proven he can do exactly what he's being asked to do today. 2-1 is the price that you get on Crew Dragon, and Crew Dragon has been doing this on the cutback. He was sprinting an awful lot earlier this year when he was on the dirt at Oaklawn, and even started out his Canterbury campaign on the main track. But Crew Dragon has taken his talents to the turf lately, and that's where he's done the majority of his damage lifetime. All 3 lifetime wins on the grass. But Crew Dragon, again, has been stretching that speed, and he can be a little bit of a tough customer to ride, I'm sure. A little camera shy, to be honest. 19 pieces to go with those 3 wins, but Crew Dragon did get one of those wins recently. So, I mean, if you're willing to take the 2-1 on him, he makes all kinds of sense. It's just this is a wide open group. So I was looking for a little bit more in the price department. Warp Ride is certainly that. He's 21-1, and he's one of a couple of representatives from the Espinosa camp. He was 5th last time, but he was on the main track. This horse has won a couple of times on the turf, and in fact, he took a field all the way last September when we did last see him at Canterbury. It was good turf that day, too. You know this horse can handle a little bit of give in the ground. There's some things to like about him at 22-1. Raquelme will be in the saddle, as Roman is on the other Espinosa, and High Probability right next door tried the turf course in the beginning of June. He hadn't touched the turf in quite some time, but they gave him a roll over it, and High Probability responded beautifully. He ran second to one of the best turf sprinters we got here in Bodenheimer, and High Probability since that time has tried a couple different spots with mixed results, both a couple of 5th place finishes, but not too far behind. Dr. Perry should be coming late. Dr. Perry took some early money too. He was 9-2 now, but he was 2-1 when betting opened. Dr. Perry should be coming late. He's one that you can't leave out of the mix, and I took him 2nd, but the horse that I took on top is Stability. That's the one coming right behind him, and he gets Constantino Roman in the saddle. I thought that was worth noting because there are a couple from his barn in here, and Stability has run pretty well going 5 in the past on our turf. Just the 1 win, but Stability has plenty of seasoning to him now, and he did manage a good 4th last time behind Pat's paddock pick. Martini Man opened up as your favorite. All kinds of speed for him. You kind of know he and Kelsey Haar are going to go for it from the gate. He'll take the rest of them to run him down. Martini Man's good at doing that too. I just thought he would take some pressure on the front end. Now the outside too, Awesome Fantasy and Angel's Magic, kind of different. Where Awesome Fantasy comes from off the pace and has been sprinting, Angel's Magic has been showing speed going long. Both of these two in search of a bit of a shakeup in form, and both of them should be pretty solid prices. And right now, those are 13 and 7-1. Lot of ways you could go in this upcoming 6th race. This is an excellent race to try out one of those vertical betting options, and those include exactas, trifectas, and 10-cent supers. You can bet doubles and pick 3s if you'd like to, but take a look at that board. Love for just about everybody in this field, and that's just what kind of group we're dealing with in the 6th. A lot of betting options. Get to it. They're heading to the track right now, and they'll take off for the 6th in 8 minutes.
Here come the horses for race number 6. No scratches in this race, so a full field of 9 set to duel on the turf at 5 furlongs. The turf course listed at good. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and our final pick 3 on the card. On deck will be the Minnesota Oaks, part of that pick 3. Get your bets in right now. They'll be at the gate in 6 minutes.
Hey everyone, it's Gretchen down here on the track, and it's time to put your casting skills to the test with our fish lure toss challenge here at Canterbury Park. We've got 2 contestants ready to see who can rack up the most points and reel in the win. Let's hear it for Cole and for Brandon. So here's how today's challenge works. Each contestant will get their own fishing rod with a fish lure attached to the end. When the clock starts, they'll have 1 minute to toss the fish lure into our 3 scoring buckets. The buckets are worth 20, 30, and 50 points. So the contestants will want to aim carefully and go for those big points. Every successful toss into a bucket count towards your final score. The contestants with the highest total score after 1 minute will be crowned our fish lure toss challenge champion. Alrighty guys, ready, set, go. Alrighty, so the first one was a bit of a struggle. Oh, he was going for the big one over there, Brandon. Oh, we were close. Oh no. Come on guys, you gotta get one. Oh my gosh, that was so close. Have you guys ever been fishing before? All right, we finally got one. We got Cole on the board with 20. How much time we got left? We got 20 seconds left. Oh, okay, now we're tied. Oh no, we're really struggling. Oh no, one more, we gotta get one more. 10 seconds. Oh no. Oh no, this might end at a tie. Okay, well, time's up. Oh, last minute. Oh. All right, okay, you got 10 seconds. Go. We're in overtime, guys. This overtime is a struggle as well. Okay, we got a winner. All right, Cole's our winner with a total of 40 points. You are on our fish lure toss challenge champion. He's going home with some Here Come the Mommy tickets.
The horses have reached the starting gate. It is post time. Post time for race number 6. Wide open in the betting. The 2 Crew Dragon and the 7 Martini Man, co-favored at 5-2. Dr. Perry, the third choice, at 7-2. Jockey Manny Americano on Crew Dragon has 2 wins. Jockey Eddie Gallardo on the 9 Angels Magic has 2 wins. And speaking of 2, actually three Minnesota bred, St. Charles, Martini Man, and Angels Magic, the 1, 7, and 9 made in Minnesota. High probability in those Bethke Silks. Awesome Fantasy with the Sod Surgeon, Jermaine Bridgemahan. Second last to load, and Eddie G. And Angels Magic, the last in line. Good luck, everybody. There in the gate. And they're off. Slow start for St. Charles down on the inside. Quick start for high probability. Joined in kind by Martini Man. Up the inside comes Warp Ride, shading that one is Stability. Then we come back on the outside to Angels Magic. Through from the inside is Crew Dragon. Gap of 5 back to the slow starting St. Charles, and nothing from the Big Gray. Dr. Perry as they bank around the far turn, and Kelsey intensifies the pace on the front end and takes Martini Man to the front, but she's not going to be there for long because Crew Dragon is firing, and Crew Dragon goes right on by. Crew Dragon from a very pesky Martini Man. Up on the outside comes Stability. They charge down that Canterbury stretch. Crew Dragon made that big move. Can he sustain it? Inside is Warp Ride. Dr. Perry looking for a way through. Awesome Fantasy on the outside is surging, but that move was a winning move. Crew Dragon. Easy. 56.97 as Crew Dragon and Manny Americano steam their way to a victory. 3-1 on the Dragon. Third win on the card for Americano. Photo to decide the exacta try and super Hold'em. Second went to the 5, Dr. Perry. Third went to Awesome Fantasy, the 8. And the slow starting St. Charles settles for fourth. 2-5, 8-1, 56.97, soon to be official. It's official. Some breakage on that 3-1 too. $8.80 for your win ticket on Crew Dragon. 10-cent super paid $521.96. The Nick Backstrom 3-2 double paid $12.80. The pick 3, $64.30. Pick 4, $394.65. Al McAdam or Randy Bush, take your pick with the exacta for $1. It's 2-5, and it scores and pays just short of $26. A riding triple for Manny Americano. Crew Dragon ran 6th here back on August the 8th. Comes back a week later, shortens up in distance, and cruises to an easy victory. 28-60 on that 2-5 exacta. For all you Al McAdam fans out there on Maiden Minnesota night. It was career start number 47 for Crew Dragon. Always good to see Stacy Boyer in the winner's circle. The Boyer gang. Let's celebrate a winner here as we get ready for the Minnesota Oaks, which is on deck. Here comes the victorious Crew Dragon. 2 wins in the last 4 starts for the Dragon. Now 4 for 47. 2 of those 4 victories here on the Canterbury turf course. The official winner of race 6 is number 2, Crew Dragon. 8-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Exaggerator out of Go Dana. Fold in Kentucky. Winning owners are Stacy Boyer and Jose Silva Jr. The winning trainer is Jose Silva Jr. and the winning jockey with his 3rd on the card, top jock Manny Americano. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Crew Dragon. On deck, the $75,000 Minnesota Oaks. There's more money for the backside. Every time you hear that bell ring, we support the chapel and everything going on the backside. Appreciate the ring there as Crew Dragon is victorious, and we get set for the Oaks. In the Oaks, no scratches or jockey changes. It starts the late double. The co-feature in 23 minutes. They're off. Slow start for St. Charles down on the inside. Quick start for High Probability. Joined in kind by Martini Man. Up the inside comes Warp Ride. Shading that one is Stability. Then we come back on the outside to Angel's Magic. Through from the inside is Crew Dragon. Gap of 5 back to the slow starting St. Charles, and nothing from the Big Gray. Dr. Perry as they bank around the far turn, and Kelsey intensifies the pace on the front end and takes Martini Man to the front, but she's not going to be there for long because Crew Dragon is firing, and Crew Dragon goes right on by. Crew Dragon from a very pesky Martini Man. Up on the outside comes Stability. They charge down that Canterbury stretch. Crew Dragon made that big move. Can he sustain it? Inside is Warp Ride. Dr. Perry looking for a way through. Awesome Fantasy on the outside is surging, but that move was a winning move. Crew Dragon. Easy. All right, race fans, it's time for the second of our two co-feature races here on Made in Minnesota night. It is the Minnesota Oaks for $75,000. Now, last year in this race, Erica Murray, the jockey, won her first ever stakes race aboard Carson Bay, winning it for Gary Shearer. It was his second win in this race. Mac Robertson has two chances tonight with the 2 Heavenly Captive and the 6 Private Speaker. The last time that Mac won this race was back in 2022 with It's Her Time. I believe Mac Robertson can do it again tonight with Heavenly Captive. She looks ready to rock and roll, but we need to handicap it downstairs in the paddock with 2 great ones, Jeff Bidet, Angela Herman. Take it away, guys.
Yes, indeed. We are up to the Oaks, and this is a little bit bigger field than the Derby, so I got Jeff down here to handicap it with me. And this is going to be a test for these 3-year-old Minnesota-bred fillies. They'll go 1 mile and 70 yards in the Oaks. New test for quite a few of them, but some of the horses that are taking some money in here going to be taking it around 2 turns on the dirt for the first time, including the horse that you like. But we're going to dig into this field towards the inside. There's a couple of sale graduates from a couple of years ago that both Jeff and I like in this spot. I like the inside running Flatter Me Billy. Now, Flatter Me Billy was a big 2-year-old. She needs some time to grow into her frame, and it looks like she has this year. She's done very, very well on the turf, on the main track, and when they stretched her out, she handled it beautifully 2 times ago. That was on good turf. Now she does get back to the main track, but she's handled it perfectly. Flatter Me Billy can come from off the pace. I would expect that on the stretch out. Some of these horses that have been sprinting are going to give her that pace, and if they can save some ground on the inside, keep her in range, I think that Leslie Mowing has a big chance at what could be a very decent number. I think it might go up from 4 to 1, but a lot of money has been going to the 2 throughout. You like Heavenly Captive, and so does Kevin, so tell me why.
Well, first of all, both of these horses, Flatter Me Billy and Heavenly Captive, went through the Minnesota yearling sale a couple of years back.
Right.
Talk about a great investment. Your horse, Flatter Me Billy, $5,000 purchase, $75,000 in earnings. That's pretty good. And Heavenly Captive also purchased out of the sale for $15,000, has earned $77,000. That sale this year, September 6th, you and Gary Contessa will be reading pedigrees, getting people whipped into a frenzy. September 6th, CanterburyPark.com to find out more. Why do I like Heavenly Captive? It's not that hard to get to this horse. She was dominant in the Francis Canter when they were sprinting. She's raced around 2 turns on the turf, so I don't think that getting the distance is a problem for her. We get Mac Robertson, we get Manuel Americano looking for yet another win on this card. That's my top pick. Now, here's my question for you about Summer Winter. Pete Matson owns, along with Tim Padilla, who's the trainer. They also have Nancy Schaal. To me, those are carbon copies. It looks to me like they both need the lead. You don't want to be an owner of 2 horses battling on the front, right?
I'm not sure I would call Summer Winter a need the lead type anymore. They've tried to rate her in a couple of races this year down in Prairie Meadows. I mean, granted, she just kind of got outrun that day, but 2 back, she ran pretty well from just off the pace. She was a length short of Ye Old Joker. She was the favorite that day. And Summer Winter, of course, has had some hiccups through the summer. You know, she was entered to be on the turf, going 2 turns. She got loose that day, but Summer Winter has made very good work of the sprints that she's put in this summer. I wonder how far she's going to be able to stretch that speed and how much pressure she's going to get, not just with her stablemate who has some speed, but Kate Skate, who also has some speed right next door under Roman.
Now, just remember what we saw in the Derby. The crafty Joel Berndt, who also trains Kate Skate, took a horse that looked like it might have speed, dropped back to last, and flew by. What if Kate Skate gets that same trip and is 7 to 1 right now?
Well, I think you have to factor in just about anything that they're putting on the track right now with the way that they're running and the fact that this filly has 3 consecutive 2-turn races to her resume. That speaks volumes as opposed to some of these that have been doing very well going short, like a Nancy Schaal, who is going to have to answer a couple of questions, you know, whether she can take the pressure, the distance, and everything involved in this. Kate Skate, you at least know, can get the 2-turn game and do it well. Nancy Schaal right next door, as we talked about, 14 to 1 for Tim Padilla, and she was just a nose short last time at even money. More value for her today, but Nancy Schaal definitely has some things to prove going 2 turns.
So does Private Speaker here, I think. Now, did run on the turf going 2 turns, was really not ever a win factor. Private Speaker, owned by Extreme Racing. We get Gallardo aboard. He's having a nice night as well, and Mac Robertson's the trainer. When stakes money is on the line, I always look to Mac Robertson. Private Speaker is going to be a price, is 5 to 1 right now, probably gets that pressing trip. So if things do fall apart, the other Mac Robertson could come flying. Promises intrigues me. Maybe on the breeding, but that was a nice effort last time out. Probably the least accomplished horse and the least tested horse, but won nicely last time. Maybe the light bulb came on, and the breeding says that Promises could win this race.
And she wasn't too far from Kate Skate when those 2 squared off in that one's maiden win, but There's some questions to answer for all of them, and you get 12 to 1 if you think the answer is yes with promises. The Oaks field is headed to the track. A couple of sale graduates leading the way and getting those dreams started for the sale coming in September. You could buy the very next winner of the Minnesota Oaks. We're 9 minutes away from race number 7. A lot of selections up on the board that are very, very different, Jeff. Nobody seems to agree in the Oaks, but we'll find out in 9 minutes, now 8, who is going to come home victorious in this. They head to the track, and the bugler will bring them onto the track for the Oaks.
They'll be getting it on.
Sir Leonard Dykert calls them onto the track for the $75,000 Minnesota Oaks, presented by Lathrop GPM. Let's meet the field, led by number 1, Flatter Me Billy. Flatter Me Billy is owned by Joel Boigno, trained by Stacy Rushton, and ridden tonight by Leslie Mowing. Number 2 is Heavenly Captive, owned by John Mentz, trained by Mac Robertson, and ridden by Manny Americano. Number 3 is Summer Winter, owned by Pete Matson and Tim Padilla, trained by Tim Padilla, and ridden tonight by Alonzo Quinones. Number 4 is Kate Skate, owned by Jack Googlesberg, trained by Joel Burnt, and ridden by Constantino Roman. Number 5 is Pete Matson's Nancy Shaw, trained by Tim Padilla, ridden tonight by Luis Fuentes. Number 6 is Extreme Racing Stables Private Speaker, trained by Mac Robertson, and ridden tonight by Eddie Gallardo. Rounding out the field, number 7 is Promises, owned by Gary and Brenda Bergsrud, trained by Nikki Goodwin, and ridden tonight by Sachin Perez. That's the field for the $75,000 co-featured Minnesota Oaks. 5 minutes to post. 2-minute warning now, 2 minutes to the Minnesota Oaks. For a last look from the handicappers, let's head down to the finish line to Jeff Madej and Angela Herman.
Well, we are trying to watch this board unfold and see how the money is going in the Minnesota Oaks. It's very strong support for Heavenly Captive throughout the wagering, and she remains your 6-5 favorite. I know Jeff put a boatload on her, but you still get some very good prices on Talented Fillies. A lot of mid-range prices, 4-1, 8-1. You even get 7-2 on Summer Winter. Did you think you would get that in the Oaks?
You know, do you think that Flattery Billy, who's your top pick, can work a maybe closer trip here? Because that could be the secret to winning this race. Got a little bit farther back on that sprint. Sits closer, better chance?
I would think so. With most of them just naturally going longer, they're naturally going to go a little bit quicker, and she could keep herself in close attendance if Maui wants to. If they go too quick up front, he has the option to lay back too. It's good to have that sort of versatility with a horse in trying something new like they are today.
How about a sneaky long shot? For those heading, sneaky long shot for those that are still heading to the windows to make bets. Give us a price source.
I think that you pointed her out. Promises on the outside is probably looking for all this ground and more, and she comes on late. So if Promises can put things together today, obviously the light bulb has come on from a winning angle. We'll see if she can handle the distance, but definitely the pedigree is there to do so, and the price is right at 15-1. They're circling around behind the gate. Everybody's warming up pretty well. I didn't see anything too unusual down there. I think you're going to see a good race in about a minute, Kevin. They're heading to the gate.
Thank you both very much. Excellent work downstairs. And I agree, Promises has made quite the impression from up here in the Paul Allen perch calling the races. Nice warm-up for Promises. Sneaky long shot tout by Miss Angela there. A horse that figured it out last time and looks like the distance will not be a problem. Heavenly Captive, bet heavily throughout, 3-2 and favored. Summer Winter and Flatter Me Billy, the 1 and 3, both second choice at 3-1. You've got about just under a minute, so get those bets in, late double. And Minnesota Oaks is coming up next. They're at the gate now for the Minnesota Oaks. It is post time. Post time here. Alonso Quinones off of number 3 Summer Winter. The jockey has won 3 of the last 6 Oaks races. Summer Winter, the 2025 Northern Lights debutante champion, now getting reunited with her regular rider. A couple more left to load. Private Speaker in the beautiful Extreme Racing jacket. And the upstart Promises last in line. Get ready for a cool stakes race. It's time for the Minnesota Oaks. There in the gate. Heavenly Captive, the favorite, very rambunctious. And now they're off. Everybody made the start on time. In between horses, Nancy Shaw, flashing speed. The other Matson horse, Summer Winter, also right up there on the front. Outside comes Private Speaker. In between is Kate Skate. Down to the inside, the favorite, Heavenly Captive. And the last horse away, as expected, is Promises. Summer Winter bet down to 6-5 with the Q. Leading it now by 2. Private Speaker stalking from second. Heavenly Captive is getting a good ground-saving trip on the inside. Then we come back to Nancy Shaw, who's got 3 to make up. They're all in close proximity. Towards the tail of the field is Flatter Me Billy, Promises, and now at the back is Private Speaker. 24 flat for the opening quarter mile. Nobody keen to get on with it except for Summer Winter. And Summer Winter has sped away to lead by 3 lengths, and it's doing so nicely so far. Private Speaker still in second. Heavenly Captain nibbled it a little bit on the inside to keep up within 3 lengths, and then on the outside of that one is Nancy Shaw. In between is Promises. Then it's Flatter Me Billy. And at the back of the pack is Private Speaker. A little quicker with that second quarter mile, 47-3, as now Summer Winter gets tested here in the Oaks and is asked the question by Quinones. On the outside is Nancy Shaw making a move. In between is Heavenly Captive. Kate Skate under the stick, and Nancy Shaw with a sharp move. The other Matson horse takes the lead. It's a Matson Civil War, and they charge down the stretch in the Minnesota Oaks. Nancy Shaw to the outside, Summer Winner to the inside, and these two are locked in a good one. Summer Winner battles back. Nancy Shaw one last lunge. Summer Winner wins the Oaks. One 42.01 is that time up on the board. The judges have put the photo sign up as the two Pete Matson horses duel down the stretch in the Oaks. Photo sign is down. We have an answer. The debutante, champion from last year, has come back to win the Oaks and did so smartly tonight. Summer Winner wins 3-5, 2 and 4. Fourth time in the last 7 years. Jockey Alonso Quinones has won the Minnesota Oaks. Well done. Summer Winner defeated in the Francis Genter back in early August as the 1-5 favorite, redeems herself tonight and pays $4.60 to win in the Oaks. The pick 3 paid $21.90. The Gary Scoop Edwards 3-5 exacta $20.90. That trifecta 3-5 and 2 $28.35. 10-cent super, $31.40. And the 2-3 double, $20.80. Here comes the Oaks winner. Here comes Summer Winner. Summer Winner is a 3-year-old Bay Filly by Promises Fulfilled. Out of Summer Swing, foaled in Minnesota by the owners, Tim Padilla and Pete Matson. The winning trainer is Tim Padilla, and the winning jockey, Alonso Quinones. Congratulations to the victorious connections of the Oaks champion. She is Summer Winner. Stand by for the trophy presentation and a post-race interview. Tonight, making the trophy presentation is Lori Hatari with Lathrop GPM, the sponsor of the race. If you're looking for trusted legal counsel in Minnesota, you got to call Lathrop GPM, a trusted legal advisor here at Canterbury Park. They could be yours too. Time to head down to the winner's circle with Angela Herman. A man that's no stranger to this spot runs 1-2 in the Oaks. Smiling Pete Matson. Take it away, Ange.
When the lights are brightest, the stable seems to shine. And Pete Matson with not just the winner, but the winning exacta in the Minnesota Oaks. Congratulations on a great run from both of these fillies. Take us through the race through your eyes. I mean, how did you see it setting up with these two? Because they both have speed, but how did it look to you?
Well, I think we saw that there was a lot of speed in the race, so I think our big concern was that we didn't get dueling on the front end. And even though we both were in the front end, we really weren't dueling each other. And basically, we just outran the rest of them, which was a big surprise.
Well,
and a happy surprise, yes.
well, when they were coming down the stretch, how did it look to you? I mean, they put on quite a duel in the stretch. Did you think Summer Winter was going to come back, or did you think Nancy Shaw was going to pull the upset? What did it look like?
Well, it looked wonderful, and it was easy for me to keep track because the ladies next to me were cheering for both of the horses. They did. So I thanked them after the race.
How important are nights like this and the festival coming up for breeders like you in Minnesota to really showcase the best that you got and for them to finish like this?
Well, the best thing as a local horse owner is to have horses that you breed and are foaled in the state, to have them go and win. And I've been pretty fortunate by having that happen a lot, and it just a lot of satisfaction in getting it done. And other people like Bob Lindgren has done the same stuff with horses that he's bred, and that turned to be really good Minnesota bred horses.
Well, you've been such a supporter of Minnesota racing. It's great to see you in here again, not with just the winner, but with the exacta. Thank you so much for being such a big part of Minnesota racing, and congratulations on a great Minnesota Oaks.
Now I have to go ring the bell twice.
That's right. Get over there and ring it, Pete. Congratulations. The Minnesota Oaks goes to Summer Winner.
They're off. Everybody made the start on time. In between horses, Nancy Shaw, flashing speed. The other Matson horse, Summer Winter, also right up there on the front. Outside comes Private Speaker. In between is Kate Skate. Down to the inside, the favorite, Heavenly Captive. And the last horse away, as expected, is Promises. Summer Winter bet down to 6-5 with the Q. Leading it now by 2. Private Speaker stalking from second. Heavenly Captive is getting a good ground-saving trip on the inside. Then we come back to Nancy Shaw, who's got 3 to make up. They're all in close proximity. Towards the tail of the field is Flatter Me Billy, Promises, and now at the back is Private Speaker. 24 flat for the opening quarter mile. Nobody keen to get on with it except for Summer Winter. And Summer Winter has sped away to lead by 3 lengths, and it's doing so nicely so far. Private Speaker still in second. Heavenly Captain being nibbled at a little bit on the inside to keep up within 3 lengths, and then on the outside of that one is Nancy Shaw. In between is Promises. Then it's Flatter Me Billy, and at the back of the pack is Private Speaker. A little quicker with that second quarter mile, 47-3, as now Summer Winter gets tested here in the Oaks and is asked the question by Quinones. On the outside is Nancy Shaw making a move. In between is Heavenly Captive. Kate Skate under the stick, and Nancy Shaw with a sharp move. The other Matson horse takes the lead. It's a Matson Civil War, and they charge down the stretch in the Minnesota Oaks. Nancy Shaw to the outside, Summer Winter to the inside, and these two are locked in a good one. Summer Winter battles back. Nancy Shaw one last lunge. Summer Winter wins the Oaks. Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman up in the press box here as the horses are getting ready to parade through the paddock area. Very tough favorite to beat. That's really all. I mean, this is
Yeah.
a race where, unless Thunder's Rock and Roll doesn't do what she normally does, which is pop out of that gate, I think they're up against it. But listen, the 1 and 3 to me were intriguing options if you wanted to try to beat the favorite. How'd you see the race?
Well, I mean, I could see your point with both of those two. You kind of got to turn back the clock with one of them, and you might have to turn ahead the clock with the other one. So just in thinking that Thunder's Rock and Roll is in the form that she's in, I don't know if they're going to be able to beat her in this sort of setting. But Lover Girl is probably looking for a bit more ground than she's got recently. You know, she's had some very good races going longer in the past, but Lover Girl just hasn't had that form in a while. I don't know if the rail draw is going to really help her that much, because she does show some speed, but then she just finishes off the same way a lot lately. So you and I like Thunder's Rock and Roll. She sticks out on paper with her speed, with her class, and with the year that she's put up. Carson Bay was more interesting to me, I guess, than the rail horse, just because she's only got a handful of starts to her this year, and she has speed, I think, to at least keep Thunder's Rock and Roll in range, where Lover Girl might not.
Yeah, I think for me, if I'm betting the race, I'm doing a straight 2-3. I looked for a long time at the option of playing the 2-5 because Vic Hansen, the trainer of the 5 BL40, is ridiculously good off a win, 36%, ROI over $8. Limited data with 11 of those winners, but a horse that if that 3 does press the 2 a little bit, maybe that horse could clomp in there for second.
Well, she did beat Nancy Shaw last time around. Did it at 6, though, and BL40 just drew not the way that I would want her to. I mean, if she and Lover Girl swap posts, I might have taken her in the mix, but just I hate that post. I took her 3rd. By Shazi, and Heavenly Destiny is also a horse that's in kind of a tough spot just with whatever tactic she tries to take, because I think she'll get beat to the lead and might have to go wide if she's on it, and then if she tries to come from off the pace, she might get outclosed by the outside horse. So I think that she might be the value of the field by the time all is said and done, but they all really have their work cut out for them to beat Thunder's Rock and Roll.
5 does make a really nice impression physically on camera down in the paddock. It is it right here, folks. The lucky last 7 furlongs, really cool allowance race. Get your bets in now. Plan to come back tomorrow for Pepsi Family Day. The handicappers all taking what they believe is an emphatic win by Thunder's Rock and Roll. If she gets the victory, she goes over $500,000 in career earnings. Pretty cool for a Minnesota bred here on Made in Minnesota Night. Right now, Sir Leonard Dykert will take us through the call to the post. What a bugler here at Canterbury. The sweet, dulcet sounds of Sir Leonard Dykert. Nobody better. We get set now for race number 8, Win Place Show, Exacta, Trifecta, and Superfecta wagering available. 7 furlongs out of the chute at the gate, inside 8. Quick announcement, race fans. Quick announcement here for race number 8. Number 1, Lover Girl, is a regular blinker wearer and will be equipped with blinkers at the gate. Did not have the blinkers on in the paddock, but Lover Girl will be equipped with those blinkers near the gate. 4 minutes. Two minutes now, 2-minute warning. The horses are approaching the starting gate for race number 8, the Fins Up Classic. Get your bets in now. Thunder's Rock and Roll 1-5, heavily favored. Others all taking money. I want to thank again the Minnesota Soybean Research and Promotion Council for their great sponsorship. By the Yard and Tri-State Bobcat with us every step of the way this year, a part of race number 8, the Glitter Star Allowance. Back tomorrow for Pepsi Family Day. Happy birthday, Dan Myers. Great to see your group out here in the winner's circle, getting ready to watch the intrigue here as we close out the late pick 5 in style on this beautiful Saturday night. There are those blinkers being equipped on Lover Girl as 5 Minnesota-bred ladies set to battle at 7 furlongs. Blinkers on, horse in the gate. There goes Lover Girl with the cue, looking to sweep the late double. Hot favorite, Thunder's Rock and Roll, trying to get Manny Americano as 4th. Carson Bay, who won it last year on Minnesota Made Night. A little reluctant is Carson Bay with Raquelme. Heavenly Destiny and Roman, second last to load. And BL40, last in line. Good luck with everything, guys. 7 furlongs out of the chute. We're ready to rock. There in the gate. And they're off. The favorite, Thunder's Rock and Roll, off to a clean start. But Carson Bay wants to intensify that front running pace and goes right out to the lead. It's Carson Bay that wants the front. Thunder's Rock and Roll content to sit back in second. Lover Girl tracks from the inside. In between comes BL40. And at the back of the pack is Heavenly Destiny. A bit of a surprise as Carson Bay leads it by 3 lengths now. The hot favorite, Thunder's Rock and Roll, in a good position, stalking from second, trying to cut that lead within 2 lengths. Lover Girl in those pretty blinkers. Inside, scraping the paint. BL40 shades that one. Outside is Heavenly Destiny. They bank around that far turn, and Carson Bay still leads it, but the lead is diminishing. Manny Americano presses the button, and there goes the classy Thunder's Rock and Roll. And Thunder's Rock and Roll is roused to the lead. Carson Bay clings right to that one. The others have work to do. Top of the Canterbury stretch, Manny Americano and Thunder's Rock and Roll lead from a pesky Carson Bay to the inside, and they charge down the Canterbury stretch. There she goes. Thunder's Rock and Roll trying to make $500,000 plus in earnings. And ladies and gentlemen, as Garth Brooks sang, the Thunder rolls and rolls to victory at 1-9. $123.57, 2314. Ladies and gentlemen, hold all tickets. There is a rider's objection here in race number 8. The jockey on number 3, Carson Bay, which is Jose Riquelme, is claiming foul on Manny Americano, the rider of the unofficial winner, Thunder's Rock and Roll. Jockey's objection. Track referees, the stewards, are going to review the tape. So absolutely hold all tickets. Track referees looking at the head-on stretch drive here from the top 2 finishers in this race. And you can see the white cap, Manny Americano, going to work on Thunder's Rock and Roll, drifting inwards. Carson Bay, last year's Oaks champion, there in second, moving one from the rail. Blue cap. Both horses wearing those gold and red silks. Jockeys claim a foul. Riquelme on the 3, claiming foul on Americano on the unofficial winner, number 2, Thunder's Rock and Roll. You can see again the stewards looking at the turn towards the top of the stretch and then the head-on of the stretch run. So please hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, there'll be no change. Stewards took a look at the replays from the turn down the stretch and ruled that Manny Americano and Thunder's Rock and Roll were free and clear of any infraction. And race number 8, the late pick 5 and the late pick 4 will all be official here momentarily. And congratulations to Thunder's Rock and Roll. Her earnings are now over $500,000. Well done, young lady. What a cool horse. Thunder's Rock and Roll, over $500,000. Pretty cool for a Minnesota bred. She's a 6-year-old bay mare by McLean's Music. Foaled in Minnesota by the owner, Bob Lindgren. Bobby, the breeder and owner. The winning trainer is Patrick Swan. And the winning jockey, with his 4th win on the card, Canterbury's top jock, Manny Americano. The Fins Up Classic goes to Thunder's Rock and Roll, soon to be official, and in fact, right now, it is official. Congrats to the victorious connections of Thunder's Rock and Roll. Prices $210, $210, $210. Okay. That $1 exacta, $1.70. Late pick 4, $14.15. The pick 5 paid $148.35. The try, chalk all odds, $2.15. The super, $1.85. The Dan Gladden 3-2 double, $5. This concludes live racing for the night at Canterbury Park, but the card casino on the main floor is air-conditioned with Pai Gow, Texas Hold'em, Blackjack, all your favorites, food and beverage right at your table, open 24 hours a day. We're back tomorrow for Pepsi Family Day. 1 o'clock post. Ooh, the pony rides, the petting zoo, the face painting, the wonders of it all. Thanks for coming out. When you do leave this facility, please drive home safe. We'll see you back tomorrow at 1 o'clock for Family Day right out here at the park. They're off. The favorite, Thunder's Rock and Roll, off to a clean start. But Carson Bay wants to intensify that front-running pace and goes right out to the lead. It's Carson Bay that wants the front. Thunder's Rock and Roll content to sit back in second. Lover Girl tracks from the inside. In between comes BL40. And at the back of the pack is Heavenly Destiny. A bit of a surprise as Carson Bay leads it by 3 lengths now. The hot favorite, Thunder's Rock and Roll, in a good position, stalking from second, trying to cut that lead within 2 lengths. Lover Girl in those pretty blinkers. Inside, scraping the paint. BL40 shades that one. Outside is Heavenly Destiny. They bank around that far turn, and Carson Bay still leads it, but the lead is diminishing. Manny Americano presses the button, and there goes the classy Thunder's Rock and Roll. And Thunder's Rock and Roll is roused to the lead. Carson Bay clings right to that one. The others have work to do. Top of the Canterbury stretch, Manny Americano and Thunder's rock and roll lead from a pesky Carson Bay to the inside, and they charge down the Canterbury stretch. There she goes. Thunder's rock and roll trying to make $500,000 plus in earnings. And ladies and gentlemen, as Garth Brooks sang, the Thunder rolls and rolls to victory at 1-9.